dumb shit, but I can't help.
This shit. Vegas no higher.
What does that do? Aww. It's gonna make me feel bad, but I like laughing at it.
There we go.
Hello.
Oh, yes, I saw that. Very unfortunate shoe naming.
Oh god! That is terrible.
Oh.
I'm ready. Aye, aye.
Think we ready?
Let's go.
Is it 42069 or 69
Good question.
For-
It is 42069.
Yeah.
All right. Hail and well met, travellers. It is me, your favourite, most greenest, most gobbliest DM, coming at you with episode 24, I believe, of our Avalon campaign. A lot happened last week. We killed... actually, you know what? I'm going to let one of the players take over telling the story of what happened and what went down. So for a point of DM inspiration, could one of you please fill in the other viewers and the folk at home as to what went down? There's so much stuff in it. It's pulsating and it's throbbing and it's like, oh, what's the word? Tumescent. And all these neurons firing and stuff. It's wild. Excellent. Kind of. If you imagine like that Merlin's the principal, Perry is the asshole vice principal that no one likes. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you fucking deserved it. Anyway, we haven't got to that bit yet. All right, that's fantastic. Thank you, Jordy. Please add 1 point of DM inspiration to your sheet. Yeah. Also, for those of you who are new to the stream, I've got some PNG tubers set up of our characters and their art who light up when they're talking on Discord, which is pretty groovy, given that I did the art myself and I can't help but skite over it every now and again. All right, so Thank you. I do free art for my players. It's just one of the bonuses of being a player and one of my yeah, exactly. Okay, so we return to the spot. Unfortunately, Zane is not with us this evening as he is away celebrating his wedding anniversary. Congratulations, Zane. He's going to go definitely do some taxes, if you catch my drift. He's going to be he's busy doing taxes at the moment. So he's going to be taking a back seat. His character has been sequestered, and other than that, we're going to come back to where we were at the end of the session last week. What's the plan here, team? What are we doing? Where are we going? That's that's going to be left on the back seat until he comes back because I don't really feel comfortable doing it with him not here. Other than that, should we do our level ups? Okay, splendid. So who would like to go first? Okay. Ailerith, are you adding another level to Bard or onto your Warlock steez, my dude? Okay. Oh, yeah, you do. Nah. Okay, so. Yep, sure. So you can do Agonizing Blast, Armor of Shadows, Ascendant Step, that's 9th level, never mind. Beast Speech, or Beguiling Influence. Yeah. Woo! All right, sweet as. And then let me have a look at your character sheet, just so we can, actually, I might do this for you here. So if I go, no, I'm looking at the one on Foundry. Okay, that's all good. I will pop open the PDF then. Fantastic, thank you. Enough to put you over the edge. Just going to tell you that right now. Yeah, so I'm not going to give you exact amounts. I'm just kind of doing like rough ones at the moment. So, but yeah, so suffice it to say that you do level up, and you do have a little bit left over too. Come on, acrobat. Yep. All right. So I will just do all this for you, and then we are going to, I'll send it back. So you're up now to 45 HP, my dude. Mm-hmm. I mean, you'd hope, right? Yeah. Right, so let me just scroll down to the right bit that I need. I can rack off. Oh my god, you've got so many notes pages, man. Holy tits. Holy tits. Is this where you write like all your big ones? Yeah. All right, so we're going to go choose feature. So, ooh, you can actually do 2 here, I think. 2 Eldritch Invocations. It's saying that you can do 2. Yep, so we're going to go... Hang on a minute. What? Why won't you let me go? Yeah, agonizing blast. There we go. Close and choose feature. And then there's one here that improves. Oh, that's a level 5 requirement. Yeah. You're gonna go Pact to the Tome, right? All right. It keeps on saying it's 2, but yeah, it is 2. So, you can go Agonizing Blast, Eldritch Spear, Grasp of Hadar. That one's pretty good. But we are going to go... I need to pick your Pact as well. But I think you don't get that until, like, level 3. Yeah. So you could go Thief of 5 Fates, Misty Visions, Mask of Many Faces, Gaze of 2 Minds, Fiendish Vigor, Eyes of the Runekeeper, Eldritch Sight, Devil's Sight, Beguiling Influence, Beast Speech, and Armor of Shadows. Armor of Shadows might be a good one. Yeah, pretty much. Because you got high HP, but... All right. That's a great spell. Although... I might need to regenerate your spell sheet real quick. Sweet. All right, so I think you can also either do you get like a stat buff at this point as well, like a ability score improvement? No, I didn't think so either. I just wanted to double check. All right. Yeah. All right. I'm going to give you the opportunity to change your spells and shit around here as well if you want to. Okay. Sweet. So this is your Bard spell list, which I'm not worrying about. Fey Touched. You got Mississippi Hex. Okay, so for your next spell, you wanted to go, what was it, sorry? Hellish Rebuke. Great spell, by the way. When I was playing a Warlock, it was just, like, came in clutch so many times. Sweet. I'm going to save that, and then I'll send it back to you. All right, and I'm pretty sure that's all your level up stuff done. All right, who would like to go next? Yes. Yeah. Yes, you're level 5 cleric, level 1 barbarian. Because the way that leveling up works in D&D, you level up per class. So if you multi-class, yeah. So so overall Kinura is level 7, but you're level 5 in cleric and level 1 in barbarian. So let me just see when the last time I adjusted that one was. That was... Yeah, it's a tough call. Basically, just it allows you to have like spidey sense. All right. I'm gonna give you a choice here as well, though. Like for your barbarian, do you want to go path of the totem warrior or path of the berserker or battle rager? Okay, sweet. Yeah, that's okay. I just wanted to check in with you and make sure that you still wanted to carry on with that one, because if you wanted to change anything around, now would have been the perfect time to do it. That's why I'm giving you guys the opportunity to do it and like do this level up stuff too. So it's gonna go apply. Yeah, sounds good. Okay. Yeah. So we went life domain, didn't we? Yeah. Okay. Just making sure that everything's all still correct and you don't want to change anything around. Okay, sweet. That's all I wanted to know. That's all good. I'm going to set max HP. So you're now at 54. Oh, baby. Baby girl. All right, so you've got all your features and stuff. So what I'm going to do now is we're going to... Do you want to take and grab some more spells and stuff here? Either one. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, hang on. Let me open up the page for level 6 cleric. So you gain your +3 proficiency bonus, 4 cantrips, 4. So yeah, you should have 10. You got 10 spell slots. So because you got 4 first, 2, 3 second, and then 3 in third level. Which means, I think, close that. All right, so it's saying you still got 9 to prepare. I'll give you 1 extra. So if I regenerate this spell sheet, I'm gonna give you 1 bonus spell. All right, what kind of spell would you like? No, you haven't. Last time you guys leveled up was I think back in like October, and you guys have done a shit ton of stuff since then. So yeah. Yeah, so you've got your subclass spells, which are always prepared, and then you've got 9 to pick as well. But 10 with this bonus one that I'm giving you. The ones that are always prepared. Yeah. Yeah, so I've got you down for Death Ward, Guardian of Faith, Mass Cure Wounds, and Raise Dead as well, because you're a Life Domain Cleric. You could always go Hellish Rebuke as well. That's basically if someone hits you with something, you can do a blast of fire back at them. It's pretty baller. Ellerith just took it, yeah. Yep. All right, so I've just added that to your spell sheet. Yeah, it's an awesome spell. It's an awesome spell because it's a reaction. It's a reaction. So if someone hits you, it's kind of like bam, smack it. Oh yes. Sweet. I'm just going to go and save this. Let's save this Kenya level 7. Sweet. And I'll leave it up to you guys to do the stuff on Foundry if you'd like to. All right, Podvar. Rooney's, are you there, buddy? Yep, that's okay. Do you want to do your level up now? That's okay. I can. No, we may as well just do it now because it's it's only a little level up. It's not like a big one. So, yeah, because level 7's kind of like a bit of a janky in between one. So it's up to you if you want to multi-class here or just stick with your Oath of Glory Paladin. Of course, not a problem at all. That's what these level up things are here to do. Yep, of course you can. Let me just regenerate your spell sheets. All right, so you're okay with your Toll the Dead and Sacred Flame for Blessed Warrior? Sweet. And you've got your Fey Touch for Misty Step and Detect Magic. So you just have to go into, I might have to do it for you guys. I don't know. I can't remember off the top of my head. That's because I think it's taking your barbarian stuff into account. It's all good. I'm not worried about it too much as long as you guys have an accurate thing to work off, whether that's your character sheet, like your PDF version, or whether or not it's your yeah. It's all good. Yep, that's fine. Yeah, so you now have branding smite here, Rooney, so you can actually change that on your character sheet in here. But I will just save that and send it over to you. So you wanted branding smite. Lesser restoration? Yep, that's fine. Yep. You get another spell slot, which is awesome. Okay. Okay. All right. So on this one here, for level 7, you don't get another feature addition. You just get a Oh, you're at 84 HP, dude. Holy fuck. Nice. Yeah. Yep, that's all good. So you don't get another feature thing because don't get one of those until level. So you do now, however, have Aura of Alacrity, which is if you are not incapacitated, allies starting their turn in range, which is within 5 feet of you, gain bonus speed. It's more like you can move further than 30 feet because 30 feet is your movement speed, essentially. Yep, so you can move, instead of 6 squares, you can move 8. Sweet, I'll close it down and send this one over to you. Yep, unless you are incapacitated, which is the caveat. So if you're like unconscious or otherwise incapacitated, like charmed or stunned or frightened, that will still apply. All right, so I sent that over to you guys now. I will leave the Foundry stuff up to the rest of you because I don't know how much you guys play from Foundry itself versus your own character sheets. But in the meantime, that's all the level up so far that we need to worry about. So now we can get into the meat of the thing and the potatoes. All right, so you have a wreck of a man who has just come back to himself after being hypnotized and forced to go down to this damp, dark hole with a fucking asshole. And this other one who is completely vacant and just has ceased to exist correctly. So, what's the plan here, team? What are we doing? Okay. Father, help! Just take him out the back. And this kid he stopped crying and he's sort of like sitting there looking exhausted. And he turns around to look at you and he says, "Are you going to take me back up to the surface, are you?" "Would you please hurry? I can't be down here in the dark." "Oh, please, get me out of here." Yeah, he's sort of got his back against the wall of this building behind him, and he's just sort of like got his legs sort of like clutched to his chest with his arms wrapped around them. All right, sweet. He takes it. And you three make your way to the mouth of the cave and head out. Sweet. Yeah, I mean, yes, you will. Yes, but you're also going to have to make the save here as well, bud. Fam, it is a huge spell. If you tried to condense that much magical power into this one guy's skull, there would be a tear in the fabric of space-time. Yeah, you're going to have to save for, like, brain shrapnel, so... Can I roll to dodge splatters of this guy's grey matter? DC's going to be high for that one, champ, I'll tell you that. All right. Roll to hit. Okay, tell me how much damage you do to this guy. Plus all your fancy new spell stuff. Ooh, all those things too, yeah. Total. It's messy, but it does the job as you lance a bolt of crackling force energy into this guy's mouth, and it splatters out the back of his head, pasting what was left of him as a person along the battered walls of this building. And his corpse sort of sits still for a moment and then sort of starts to slide down as whatever ambulatory force that was keeping him sort of up dissipates. And he dies. Properly this time. Metaphorically, go with the boatman, my dude. But otherwise, sucks to suck, I guess. The lamp always comes with you. All right, so you reconvene with the other three who is helping this kid relace his boots at the mouth of the cave, and you head back up. So we're going to walk you... I don't think anything happens too much at the cave entry or the level 2 cave. Can I get all three of you to roll a d20, please? Okay. As a collective, 10 total. Okay, so hold on, let me just activate this map. I actually need to pee now as well. God damn it, of course. Hold on, I'll be right back. Ugh. Okay. Curse my bladder and all its fallibility. Right. So, we went down this way, didn't we? I always have a really hard time remembering which cave I make you guys go through to get to the abandoned village. So, I love you. I love you. Thank you for being the extra part of my brain that I need. It was this one? Okay, good. Yes. Yeah. That's what I hoped. I was hoping I was going to get it right. Okay. So, I need to add your boy, and then Brigantine Guardsman. All right, so you guys managed to make your way up out of the cave. You're moving pretty slowly. This kid's got, he's got some pretty serious injuries, so he's kind of taking it quietly, trying to not to lean too hard on either Pod or Alarith. Why are there two different musics playing right now? Okay. So, as you guys manage to make your way through the cave, which is still abandoned, actually. Podvar, can I get you to make a perception check for me, please? Don't forget, Pod, you can add your modifiers to that too. It's so mean to you, man. It's so mean to you. If you have dice, it is racially motivated. If you have IRL dice, man, feel free to roll those. You don't have to roll them here. Yanis. Oh. Well, next time I do a giveaway, you're just going to have to enter and hope you win a set. Okay, so with a 1, you try to look up at the roof, and for some reason, you're tired after your big battle and that sort of thing, so you can't quite see the levels that you would normally. So even though you're sort of trying to look around and check, you can't really see much. You guys move forward. Following the convenient marks that have been left on the ground previously. Yes, Kinura. All right, sweet. What level are you casting that at? Because bear in mind, you guys haven't had a long rest since the fight with Perry, so. Okay. Boy. Lovely. You lay your hand on his shoulder and the healing energy passes from your hand into his body, and you can see his shoulders sort of straighten up a little bit. He stops favouring one of his legs so much, and he sort of turns around and looks at you and he nods his thanks. But then continues to walk ahead of you a little bit. Well, Podvar did cast heroism on him, So hold on, Pod. I'm just going to try something here really quick. No. I mean, no, because the average is higher. So, no. Can I just give him the level up, please? You know, I'm just trying to give you the level up for Paladin. It won't let me. Hold on. No, just on Foundry, yeah. Oh, dude, I know it's hard, eh? Mm. I'm gonna have to sit down and really like go through this and fix it because this is just annoying. Okay. There's so much other cool stuff in here, but it's just like not classes. Here we go. What was your total HP, Pod, that I gave you from the character sheet? Yeah. Okay, so level 7 Paladin. That's going to give you some bonuses to stuff. I'll deal with that later, though, on a night that we're not playing. Okay. Yeah. Way. Welcome to ADHD&D, where everything's hard. All the time. Okay, so you guys managed to move on a little bit further forward. This kid's taken your cure wounds quite well, Kinura. As you move on forward, who would like to make a perception check for me? A 15. All right. So, Kinura, you notice as you're sort of looking around, following behind this young guardsman, that, you know, given that this part of the mine tends to be the most used, and as far as you are aware, it's not the weekend anymore, but there's still no one down here. Everything looks pretty untouched from the last time you guys came through. There have been no carts moved around. There's been no shifting or moving of rocks or anything like that since the last time you came through. Who's got the hourglass? Yep. Roll a wisdom check. The top side is empty, as you haven't turned it. I mean, to be fair, he deserved it, so. I can't go back! Alright, so you guys exit the cave. Sweet. Alright, let's go to get to my little guys. Alright, so actually, let me do this. Okay, so you guys managed to make your way out of the mine entrance. Again, it looks to be pretty deserted up here. There's no foremen, there's no miners, there's no people around. Who would like to make a perception check for me? Or even an insight check. Actually, make it insight. Yeah. All right, with a 10 Alarith, you look up towards the sky to try and determine what time of day it is. And you notice that it's really overcast. And it's kind of hard to tell what time it is. It could be anywhere between like 10 a.m. and 6 p.m., given how dark it is because of the clouds. But yeah, as far as you can tell, it is daytime. It's just a very dark, overcast day. All right, so we continue. I mean, yeah, if you want to. Yeah, they're doing you real dirty, man. Real dirty. Mm. Yeah, get fucked. Yeah. It's not my fault, dude. I tried to make it fun for you, but the dice just have different ideas, man. I'm sorry. They're listening, and they're scared. Yeah, they don't want you. They don't. Yeah, they get all upset when you're not there. There are so many red flags right now. Mm-hmm. Okay, so yeah, make that insight check for me. Yeah, another one. I don't care who does it. 21? Oh no. Oh damn. Okay, straight up 15. Alright, so as you're sort of walking through Ganura, you guys have come up and down this little section of roadway many a time in your time in Humboldt. You seem to sort of go basically just between the mine and the town itself and have done quite a lot. But as you do so, with a 15, as you move up to the sort of careworn steps and that sort of thing leading up to this bit here, as you come up to sort of the landing ground where, you know, most of the mules and that sort of thing would be offloaded before they're carted down into the thing, and all the other sort of stuff, you realize that approaching this next set of barrels and mining equipment, that there looks to be a barrel that's sort of half tipped over. There's a half full wheelbarrow. It looks like something was interrupted here. Yep, I'll get you to make another perception check there for me, but you can have advantage here if you tell the rest of the crew to help you out here. All right. No. So you can roll again, Kinura. All right. With a 19, Kinura, you sort of head up and you start to look around for footprints, bits of scuffed earth, indications of a scuffle and that sort of thing. Someone else is more than welcome to make an investigation check on the tools and that sort of thing that have been left behind if you like. So go for gold pod. 15. Yeah, that's fine. It's fine, dude. Like, this is also an actual site. It's just really unfortunate that these guys keep treating you like shit. Yeah, that's like, yep, you know what? Understandable. Have a nice day. Okay, sweet. You sure you have 0 investigation? Oh, bro. Oh, yeah, flat 10. Okay, so yeah, with a 15, you go up and you approach and you lift, and you sort of use your foot to nudge some of the tools and that sort of thing away, and you see that there are like what look like quite expensive and well worn, like good tools that have just kind of been dropped and left where they are. No, it's just been overturned. He sort of stops for a second and he nods and he says, "Look, I'm just happy to be out of them caves. I don't like tight spaces." My name's Rory. Rory O'Halloran. I was named after my dad. Oh, he's all the way back in Brigantia. He's a cobbler. That would be good if you could. He does worry about me. Oh, he has a wee shop in Bag End. Thank you. Oh, but the shop's called the Tread and Needle, by the way. It's just if you go in there and he's not there, that's the right shop. Is the thing. All right. Also, that's by the way, I just wanted to draw the fact that that is a fucking excellent name for a cobbler shop. The Tread and Needle. Pearls before swine. Yeah. It's a good. Yeah, I didn't want to just let it slide by without getting some recognition. Also, welcome to those of you in the chat. Pleasure to have you. Okay, so moving on. Are we going back to Humboldt proper? Okay. So, because we're going cautiously, we're going to be doing combat movement. Sorry, it's just taking me a second to like move things. What's up? In combat, yes. Mm-hmm. All right, sweet. So, all right, so as you guys make your way up the small hill leading into the town of Humboldt, I'm not even going to need to make you guys roll for this. You can smell it before you can see it. The air is acrid and bitter with black smoke. And as you guys approach, slowly, cautiously, you can hear the sound of screaming, the clashing of swords, and the roaring crackle of a hungry fire as it's starting to devour the town of Humboldt. Aelorith, make a perception check for me. All right, with a 24, you can see him as he darts through the cloud of smoke coming up from one of the buildings on the corner of Humboldt. You hear the sound of a galloping horse and the angry cry of a man as he gallops just a little bit further out of vision. He hasn't seen you, but you saw him. What would you guys like to do? All right. All right, good idea, Kanura. Yeah, it's maybe 4 or 5 feet high, so it will provide you a little bit of cover. Mm-hmm. 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 Hang on 1 second. You can't really get a good look at him from roughly where you're standing, but you do recognize that he is wearing all black and he's upon an all black steed as well. But what you can see is him taking a torch from a saddlebag, lighting it and throwing it onto this building. Would you like to roll a further check to see if you can see anything else? Yep. All right. I'm going to need you to make a perception check. Okay. With a 13, the smoke clears for the briefest of seconds as he wheels his steed around, with his head flicking every which way to try and land eyes on someone. You don't recognise the livery that his horse is wearing on its flanks, and you don't recognise the livery on the back of his shirt. But it's, from what you can see from where you are, you can see that it's a sort of very deep, rusty iron red on a black field. All right. From your vantage point here, Aelorith, you see him wheel his steed around and go galloping, not quite out of your field of vision, but you can't see all of him. What you can hear, again, is the sound of the fire, the sound of battle. And the smoke is so thick it's starting to burn your eyes, and you're hearing cries from the centre of town. Not the same way that you guys came, but don't forget there are 2 smaller extra roads here as well, like right next to you. Can I get, Aelorith, I need you to make an insight check for me. Okay. All right. With your 12, Aelorith, while the rest of you are discussing where to go, you hear very faintly, underneath the fire and the cries and the sounds of battle, a commanding voice soaring out from the smoke. Make a history check. You don't recognize the voice as well as you thought you might have. It's familiar, but you can't place from where. I was about to tell you, don't rush me. This loud commanding voice soars out over the sound of battle and fear and smoke as he says, "This town's now under the power and control of the men of Madoc. The Inquisition has come to Humboldt. We hear you've been keeping them filthy fey creatures safe. Speak now, or forever hold your peace or be put to the sword! Hey, Aelorith, what is your... Okay. I'm gonna need you to roll a stealth check, bud. Fuck, you're lucky, eh? Yeah. Because the first roll I had rolled for this was a nat 20 plus 2. But because of the smoke, they're at disadvantage. No, they didn't see you. Although one was looking. Okay. You guys hear a jingling of a horse's sort of like bridle and that sort of thing come a little bit closer to you through the smoke and through the flames. Aelorith, you hear it because you're the closest. You hear a man quieting his horse as it bridles against the heat of the fire of the house next to him. As he leans up in his saddle, shielding his eyes against the smoke like this, looking into the dark copse of trees where you guys currently are. He looks for a moment. That's a really good idea. Yes, please do. Although what I'm going to get you to do is roll a stealth check at advantage, please. Yep. Mm-hmm. All right. That's good. You can add it to either one. It's entirely up to you. All right. That's still the 17. So, he sort of leans up in his stirrups for a second and looks as the smoke thickens coming out of this house. You hear him cough, settle back, and you see him vaguely through the smoke and the fire flickering. You see him settle back down into his saddle and trot further into the center of town, where the Inquisition upon the people of Humboldt is reaching a fever pitch. You guys start to hear the cries and the screams of pain as people are pushed into these burning buildings and having the doors slammed and barricaded against their escape. What would you like to do? All right. I'm going to need all three of you to roll... It'll be... Let's do a survival check, actually, to see if you guys can get out of this situation. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. This was a collective roll. You guys did pass the collective DC. I like doing those. It really, really bumps up the pressure. You've got a +6. You got a +6. It's bad luck, kiddo. Bad luck. Okay, but thankfully, because you rolled high enough in the collective DC, you guys do manage to hit him with the fadeaway as you very slowly move back behind this tree. I need a pee, so I'll be right back. All right, we're back. What's the plan, kids? All right. So, from what you remember, the road to the smithy was up this way, past the graveyard. As he hears you say this, Kinura, he squares his shoulders again and he goes, "It might be useless in tight spaces, but I can fight." Yes, Mom. I mean, I didn't mean now, obviously. I'm a soldier. I'm not totally useless. They wouldn't have sent me down there if I was. Right you are, Mum. Lead the way. Mm-hmm. Just... Alright, 1 second. I just gotta configure the thing. Yeah, it's good, right? Alright, so I gave you guys to get to the blacksmith. You had that little crossroads thing, right? Or were you just heading straight up to the blacksmith? I can't remember. It's been a really long time. Yeah, all right, sweet. Yeah, that's fine. Give me 1 second. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Every time I spawn you in Kinura, it's got no vision. Okay. I mean, we can. We can if you want. It's entirely up to you. Hell yeah, brother. Actually... Yeah, yes. Oh, it's daytime. Okay, so, right, so you guys managed to, like, hot-foot it up the road as the black smoke rolling up from Humboldt follows you up. You are kind of sprinting headlong, going as fast as you can. You guys cross the makeshift bridge, and you see the outer fences of the Humboldt blacksmith right in front of you. What would you guys like to do from here? All right, roll it, baby. As far as you can see, there doesn't seem to be any extra smoke that you can like tell is coming from the blacksmith. It's very smoky all around you right now, anyway. So. You look around at this little intersection here. Just quickly, as you guys are still hustling, you notice one set of hoof prints that look to be pretty fresh, but other than that, you don't see anything out of the ordinary. Slay. I was just wondering why I'm not seeing anything pop up in chat, and apparently it's logged me out of my own chat thing on here, so just give me 1 second. Stupid. It'd be dumb as hell. Yeah, a finger sword. Oh, bro. Damn, dude. Do not redeem the card! Do not redeem the card! Bro. Feels bad. Okay, so you guys approach the blacksmithy, and instead of the usual like hub and hive of activity that you saw when you were out here last time, you see men out the front quickly packing up their tools and banking the fires in the forge. One of them sprints back inside before he notices you, but the other two turn around and look at you, and they sort of wave and they go, "What's going on? We're smelling smoke coming from Humboldt. What's happening?" Oh, stars above! I had a feeling that would happen. All right, Gwen and Maggie are still inside. Please, if you need to do anything, please do it now, because we are packing up to leave. We heard there was trouble, so we're out of here. Only if you can give it. There's a couple of refugees from the town in the blacksmithy already packing up. Oh, we don't know yet. Probably to the ponds up north. Honestly, I just recommend you hightail it out here. Them men and Mad Dog are no good. I've only heard rumours about it, but it's bad news on the winds if they're back. Oh, we're a long time ago now. Come on. Give me a hand pulling some of these tools and I'll tell you on the way. Be quick. All right, so you pack up these tools and everything as one of the younger men starts ladling some of the quenching water onto the fire to dull the embers. And the man says, that it's been a very, very long time since the men of Maddock were last here. He said that his father saw them come through last time. They didn't stop for an inquisition then, but they heard about what they did to a small farming town up north that was using fey magic in their fields to provide large crop bounties, and the town had become rich and weren't paying their taxes as well as they should have. So the men of Maddock razed it to the ground. Well, that's what they said anyway. I don't know if it was about taxes or about the fairies, because a lot of folks were a little bit less agreeable to them, given what had been happening times before. But times are changing now. Ill winds are blowing. All right, come on, we'll take you inside to Maggie and Gwen. Yep, so you guys head inside. As you do so, you hear clattering and rustling as people are packing up their gear and basically getting ready to ship out as fast as they can. You hear the bray of a donkey as it's being saddled up with bags and supplies and that sort of thing. So you guys manage to make your way through the large sort of shop area, which is where you guys are, and round the corner into Maggie's kitchen. And you see her standing there, standing in front of the open pantry, pulling things out and shoving them into her side bags. And she sees you approach, and she sort of like gives you a short wave and says, "Well, didn't think I'd be seeing you lot back so soon. I hear there's trouble in Humboldt." No, I understand. It's all right. I figured that was the case, given there were so many folk who came up running this way up the north before the fires started being set. Okay, are you here to help? What can we do for you? All right. Well, I've already sent 10 or 15 people up the road, packed down. But what we're trying to do is load up the donkeys with what we can, so before we head to the quarry ponds. All right. Aelirith, I need you to help me pull this pantry down. Podvar and Kinura, please help Gwyn. He's trying to get the weapons he can and get them safely into the underground section of this pub, which hopefully won't be raised to the ground. Okay, sweet. Okay, so Gwyn is he comes out, he's looking very frantic. He's covered in dust and grease, and he's got an armful of what look like unfinished swords. He he looks at the both of you, nods, and he points back behind him. And he goes, "You need to get them out of the armory. We're putting them underground." So you guys go and do that. Sweet. So you pop around to this bit here, and you start pulling out like these long sheets of tooled metal. And Gwyn directs you to a hole that has been dug underneath the floorboards in the main sort of kitchen section over here. He's pulled it up, and you can see that there's like a 10 to 15 foot drop down that he's just ladling these weapons into. I'm going to need you guys to make... I'm going to need you guys to make an insight check here for me. Whoever would like to do it, it's up to you. All right. With an insight check like that, Kinura, while you're sort of having a breathless, snatched conversation with Gwyn, he tells you that the last time the men of Maddock came through, they razed pretty much everything to the ground of the town a little bit further up north, as you heard from the men outside. But what Gwyn tells you on top of this is that they took all the weapons and armory that were made of iron from this blacksmithy and took them up there with them. So that's why he's taking these sheets of metal and unfinished weapons and pouring them into the spot underground where hopefully they won't be able to be got to. Yeah, it might pay to, they're not sharp, but you don't want to get any shards on your scales. Just be careful, darling. Oh, yeah, there should be a set of forgeman's gloves just out the back. All right. Yep, Papa says, I'm a human, I don't need to worry about any of this. Okay, so you guys managed to help Gwyn, Maggie, and the other forgemen pack their shit up and start to... you load up the donkeys with the stuff out of Maggie's pantry, and as you do so, you see another clutch of Humboldt townspeople arrive just from the eastern side of town. They've clearly come sprinting straight through. The sooty, they're covered in smudges and dirt and all sorts of other shit. Hang on, let me just get the clutch of townspeople up. All right, so there are 5 people who come running in. Kinura, you see them as you're grabbing those extra gloves from one that was sitting on top of the barrels on outside. Make a perception check for me, Kinura. All right, fuck yes, good shit. With a nat 20, you recognise one of the women who seems to be directing the frightened commoners towards the blacksmith is the same woman in green that you saw at the Lily. She sees you, Kinura, and she sort of holds her hand up a greeting, and she goes, "Oh, thank the stars you managed to get out. Did you see them? What was the Inquisition there?" I thought as much. We ended up disappearing into the mines the moment we heard hoofbeats. No one rides horses around here. It's not safe. Okay, everybody inside, grab what you can. We're going to start moving out shortly. Are Gwen and Maggie inside, Kinura? Okay. All right, good. I'll go in. You 4, just be helpful, please. And she goes sprinting in with her feet pounding on the wooden floors and approaches Gwen and Maggie, embraces them both, and gets to work helping Maggie continue to pack their things away. So in the next sort of 10 to 15 minutes, you guys load up a couple of donkeys and you start to make your way quickly just to the north of this little section of blacksmithy here. So just going to select everybody. Yeah, there's shitloads of people moving everywhere. Lead it. All right. Have I got everybody? Make sure I have. Yeah, we all love Maggie. Where is she? There she is. Okay. She got some big banunga hungers. She is a wholesome woman. Big heart. All right, so and then you guys are starting to see more smoke come piling out of it's been picked up by the wind and being brought further to you guys. It's roiling, it's thick, and it's black. As you guys pack up, and the clutch of people here start to make their way as swiftly as their little legs can carry them further up the road, just to the northwest, heading towards the quarry ponds. No, you haven't. All right, so it's the wrong side of the map. Oopsies. Oh, actually, no, it's not. All right, so you guys managed to make your way. It takes about, like, you guys are hustling, and even still, it takes you around an hour and a half. Some of the people who are with you have been injured, and they're sort of dragging their feet, but they are going as fast as they possibly can, following the beaten tracks of the rest of the townspeople who fled this way just before. As you guys come down and around, you see what looks like a disused quarry entrance. As you come down the pathway. A little bit faster, peeps. You guys come all the way down around the path. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to do this. So you guys can see everything here. As you come all the way around. Oh, sorry, Alarith. I didn't realize I'd left you all the way back there. Wait for me! As you guys approach what looks like a disused quarry entrance, it's nowhere near as, hi baby, welcome to the chat. It's nowhere near, like, as used as the other mine entrance on the other side of Humboldt, but it looks like it was used for something similar back in the day. As Maggie and Gwen ferry the commoners into the caves. What are the rest of you guys doing here? All right, sounds good. So, all of these guys here, you cast this Prayer of Healing for 16. Yep. Fantastic. That's pretty much covered everyone here as they sort of like, what happens when you cast this Prayer of Healing? Explain to me what it looks like as you're casting it on this large group of people. Oh, hell yeah, that's dope. Okay, you do that, and as you do so, these townspeople who I think maybe weren't expecting to have at least like some interactions, so like some interactions with the Fae, at least people who, like the Fae who are like actual outright helping them. They sort of look upon you with a bit of awe, a little bit of fear, but ultimately with gratitude as they feel their wounds start to close and their breathing is a little bit easier as the smoke that they inhaled starts to clear from their lungs as they file their way into the quarry. Very nicely done there, Kinura. Good shit. What's the plan here, team? All right. Okay, so you guys managed to make your way in. Now, I just need one moment while I get a map set up for you here. Actually, we've been playing for about... Yeah, what I might do here, guys, is do a quick intermission. We're going to be back very shortly. Now it's time to go pee, get a drink, go get a snack, do whatever it is you need to do. While I get some apps and stuff set up, I'll be back very shortly, team. We'll see you soon. Alrighty, guys, and we are back. Thank you very much for waiting. I just had to get a new map together and get everybody sorted. Okay, so you guys managed to make your way into these abandoned quarries. And as you do so, you see that there are already townsfolk here. There's a smell of smoke and singed hair pretty much everywhere you go. It smells almost overwhelming. But as you escort these townspeople in, you see them sort of recognize their folks and recognize their people and go wandering off and greet them and get themselves settled in. Maggie and Gwyn take their donkeys and with a warm grasp of the shoulder to all of you, they nod their thanks and they start to unpack their gear over at a spot which is sort of accessible for everyone. Oh, goddammit, hold on, I have to activate it, never mind. Thank you for reminding me, I keep on forgetting. Appreciate you. Mm-hmm. All right, so what's the plan here, team? Mm-hmm. The citizens look at you and they nod and they go, well, as good as we can be, I suppose. It's good to see so many people made it down. Maggie shakes her head and she places her arm on your shoulder, Alarith, and she says, not to worry. Us humble folk are strong types. You don't carve a hole in the side of the Feywild to live in without being that way. We wait and hope they don't find us. Well, we don't want to bring the wrath of all of the men of Maddock down on us. Just the inquisitorial party that was out seems to be quite enough. I think that might be a conversation best held with the rest of your party as well. I don't want to have to tell it twice. It leaves a bad taste in my mouth. As you guys start to head away, Rory sort of reaches out his hand and he goes, shall I just wait here? He sort of clicks his heels together and throws you a salute. He goes, yes, Mum. Thank you, Mum. And as you walk past her, Kinyura, the woman in green reaches out to grab the edge of your cloak and sort of tugs you for a second. And she says, thank you for getting us here safely. I must admit that display of healing you did just before was certainly something else. Do you mind if I go with you? Thank you. I've not heard the tale of the men of Maddock properly yet, so I'm as interested as the rest of you. Lead the way. Look, I don't have control over how big things are when I put the maps together. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. All right, so as you guys gather around Maggie, Gwyn sort of like pats her on the shoulder and kisses her on the forehead and goes, I'm going to go make myself busy elsewhere. Enjoy the tale, everyone. It's a raucous one. as he goes, and he sort of like, he feeds the donkeys and gives them a bit of a scrongle on the head and starts unpacking their stuff and laying it out. As Maggie sort of gestures to the rest of you to sit down, as she takes a seat upon this rock and looks down at the rest of you. She does make note of the woman in green, who sort of sits very daintily down in a cross-legged position with her hands in her lap and looks up expectantly with a very expectant face as Maggie begins to tell you the tale of the men of Maddock. I need to change the music. Hold on. I have to change the ambience. Can you, like, play Ding Dong? Oh, I thought that was just the real jacked up Honda Civic going past outside. That's what I thought it was. Morgan Freeman. All right, as Maggie sort of gets herself a little bit more comfortable and gets herself arranged to start telling you the story, she sort of blushes for a second and she says, "Oh, I'm not used to having such a big audience, but I suppose it's about time the rest of you heard it. When the last time the men of Maddock came through Humboldt, as you may have heard, they were on their way to inquire about a village to the north of us. It was a very small village, but seemed to be full of happy people who were just going about living their small lives inside of the small space they'd carved out for themselves in the unforgiving wilds. My grandmother told me this story, as she was there when it happened. When they rode through Humboldt, it was almost like a stillness fell upon the town. There were eyes peeking furtively from every single window, behind twitching curtains, as the men in their black and red cloaks rode through on their steeds. It was a cold morning, and all that could be heard was the snorting and the jingling of the horses as they made their way through, until they came to the blacksmith, at which point they dragged my grandfather out onto the grounds and demanded that he give them all of his iron weaponry that he had been putting together and shoring up well for the rest of the villagers. When they started asking for iron, he knew what their plans were, and he refused. So Mordred, the leader, gripped him by his hair and pulled his head back and slit his throat, so he bled out on the dry, frosted ground in front of him. My grandmother and her sisters could do nothing, as they went out to the back of the smithy and took every single piece of iron they could find. The girls were lucky they hid away before the men could see them, as they'd heard about what big, angry men on big black horses could do. And then they rode away into the frosted morning. We only heard much later about what had actually happened to the town itself. According to one of the old midwives who used to live in Humboldt, they were using contracts and deals with the Fae folk who lived nearby, as the town was built on the edge of a spring. They'd made a deal with the guardian of the pool there, who made sure that water always flowed to their crops, enriched as it was. And every single year they pulled in bumpers. They had enough to keep, they had enough to sell. They had enough. But when the men of Maddock heard that they'd made a deal with the evil Feywild creatures who lived there in order to live peacefully together, At the time, you have to understand, at the time, the Fae folk were much more powerful than they are now. They could easily lay waste to an entire town with just a thought. But these ones didn't. They moved among the townspeople and provided them with gifts and joy and trickery and all the small things that you'd expect from a good deal. But all that good deal ended up doing was laying waste to the town of Hartsford. And then they tipped the rotting bodies of the townspeople into the pool, sullying it forever. Nothing grows there anymore. They salted the ground, filled in the pool, and dug their iron spears into every single person they could find. And then when they came back through Humboldt, they drank the town dry, made use of the lily, and left. It's a waste of a place up there now. Nothing grows. The trees are all dead. And there's nothing but a swamp. That's what the men of Medoc do. They destroy the Feywild influence where they can. They know that iron is powerful. They know it kills anything connected to the earth as much as the Fey are. And they will stop at nothing to do it. We don't know whether they're in the employ of the Brigantines or the Round Table, although we know that the Round Table try to punish them where they can, but for a band of brigands, they seem to be well supplied and well stocked. Hence why we're hiding. It's better for us to hide away and not be caught. And as she finishes telling you the story, she sort of like stops for a moment and puts her hand over her mouth and wipes her lips a little bit and says, "Ugh, I don't like talking about it. It leaves a bad taste in my mouth. I'm sorry to tell you such a sad tale, but it's why we ran. They're only after one thing, and that's to wipe all the traces of the filthy Fey magic from the face of Avalon, such as they can." Are you all right, Aelorith? You look a little bit pale. I understand. Because they believe it's their right. Podvar, can I get you to make an insight check for me, please? Can you only hear me, Hellcat? Can you not hear the rest of the crew? Oh, only me? Really? That's because it was only me talking for the last sort of a couple of minutes. So let me
hello.
just... hello.
Hello, sound
You probably
check.
can't hear.
Yeah, sound check, sound check. I just need to fix something up real quick then. Hold on.
We can. Yeah, they can hear us through Twitch.
They can? Okay. Yeah, the only reason
Yeah,
you guys
I
can
guess
only
just-
hear me for the last several minutes because it was only me talking. Hellcat's like, that was wilding for me, man. Also, I'm really sorry, guys, if I missed your chat messages earlier. My Twitch straight up just logged me out of my own chat, so I couldn't see anything. It was dope as hell. Welcome back, everybody. There's been some stuff that's gone down recently. I'm actually going to go pee, so if the rest of the party would like to fill the rest of the crew in on what's just happened, I'll be back in a minute.
Pretty much came out of the mines and went back to the town of Humboldt, where we found the men of Medoc have just burned it to the ground, or are in the process of burning it to the ground. And yeah, they're very super powerful people that are out to hunt all Fae, as you heard in that story.
Yeah, and it doesn't help when currently two-thirds of our party are Fae, and with Zane, that is then 3/4.
Mhm.
I was like, what is that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So what I'm kind of confused by is why the blacksmith still makes and supplies iron weapons if they're well aware. Like, because if I had to double wrap up to store that stuff, that's a little bit.
Because iron is a lot easier to forge than steel is.
That is true.
It's cheaper. There's less refinement that needs to go into
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Make iron tools and that. I don't know why they're making iron swords though.
All right, we all caught up.
Magnets, how do they work?
Yeah.
Magnets. What does it mean?
My favorite image is of that car with a giant crane on the front with a magnet saying,
Yeah,
"Why
it's a
not?
problem.
Why not?"
Just make the back wheel bigger and then you're always going downhill.
Yeah.
Bruh. Some wow tree ball going on. Okay. All right. So now that you've heard the story, Roonies, what was your insight check again?
18.
18. Okay. With an 18, you look over to the woman in green next to you, who you recognize from your interactions with the Lily earlier. And you see her looking at Maggie with an expression of just desolate loss, and tears are just rolling down her face, but she's silent.
Yeah.
She notices you watching and begins to wipe her eyes and wipe her face and sort of gives you a sidelong glance as she does so.
Pavel just looks down as well. Also quite lost, but very confused. Pavel's lost in thought.
Mm-hmm. Well, do the rest of you have... Maggie sort of like looks to the rest of you and says, do you have any more questions? Is there anything else you'd like to know?
You know where they came from, how they started.
No. Not properly, anyway. We only heard rumor of them starting to move up from the south.
I understand there's suspicions that they might have connections, but is there anybody who you know they have a connection with?
Maggie thinks for a moment and she shakes her head. No. The only one who I know might know something about it is Mordred, but he's their leader and he's long dead. Well, should be.
Where did he die?
Well, they said that he died... He died... Make an insight check, Kinura.
Yes, ma'am. That is a 19.
Woo! Alright. With a 19... you can see that she is searching her memory for something that she knew once and knows that the information should be there, but she doesn't know it.
Mm-hmm.
And as she's sort of like racking her brain, she sort of turns around and look at you, Kinura, and she says, I know he died because they had him in a gibbet in Brigantia as an example.
Oh.
But again, that's only hearsay. I only heard that from Gwen, and she sort of yells over at him. He goes, "Yes, darling. What was the name of that that traveling troupe who came through about... You know the one that made the big mess in the town square. The one your mother told you about. Do you remember? And Gwen goes, just so you guys in chat know, for a second there I was waiting for someone to respond before remembering that these are two characters that I have in my own head.
Gwen, please respond.
Gwen? And Gwen sort of stands up and he stretches his back and he goes, "Oh, they were them travelling folk, weren't it? From memory, they were a bardic troupe going through to the mountains, and they stopped to party because they were celebrating." They were celebrating his death, so it would have been, what was her name? They had that big silver pennant. What was it? Hold on. And he reaches into one of the saddlebags on the that he's put on one of the barrels next to him, and pulls out a slim green bottle with a gold stopper, and he pops it open, and he takes a swig, and he goes, "That wormwood's certainly strong, Maggie. You didn't put any extra into this lot, did you?" They had a big silver pennant, and it had a ring on it. It was blue. So silver field, blue ring. And was it a dog? Some sort of small animal on the front.
Would I recognize this pennant from his description?
Make a history check. At disadvantage, but make a history check.
I would never know.
14. Second one is a 19. So 14.
Alright, do you want to add anything to that, chat? Does chat want to add anything to Aelorith's role here?
Just sculling.
Okay. Do you want to add anything to that, Aelorith?
Do I have any bardic inspiration left? I don't think I do. I haven't rested yet. So
Do you
I
have
haven't got
DM
my
inspiration?
bardic. It does, actually. Let's see if I can get better than a 14. No, that one's a 13.
Alright.
Can I half rig my DM inspiration?
Half a rig.
Can I
Do you want to-
utilize my DM inspiration for Aelorith to take the 19?
Okay. Take the
Would
19.
you allow me that rig?
Can I use 2 of my inspirations to take the highest roll?
No. So you've already used up
Okay,
your...
I'm gonna use the one.
Yeah. So,
Yep.
yes, you can, Kinura, but there are going to be consequences for this.
How I'm gonna do this.
Okay.
So yeah, I am. That's
Okay.
one of my DM inspirations gone. But in game, I'm gonna I can see Ayla thinking, and I'm gonna sort of smack her up the backside of the head. Think, woman.
Think, woman. Okay. Roll to hit.
Right.
Have I thonked?
Does a 13 be hitting?
No, it does not.
Yeah, her HC's 14.
14.
Okay, so you smack Aelorith up the backside of the head, knocking some sense into her, as they say, and Aelorith, you are able to use the 19. And a very foggy memory of a day that you were on the verge of being blackout drunk, and you were traveling to the north with a group of other bards. And you remember that their pennant was the Ring of Bright Water.
Ah, that's where we stopped off.
And you remember that you met them along the way because you were traveling by yourself for a while, and then with a party that big, just constantly having a great time, what kind of bard would you be if you said no? As you manage to travel with them right up to the tippy top of the mountains. And you remember that you were celebrating the death of Mordred, because it meant that the Inquisitions were over. And you feel a very vague tug of memory that the leader of your troop was fond of bandying about a scrap of black cloth which he said came straight from Mordred's cloak. And that was the proof that he had that he was dead. And had no power anymore. The rest of it's a bit of a haze.
Yeah,
You were pretty hammered.
That's a wild month.
Yeah. Yeah, it was.
Well, I mean, I got angry and sad at some point and smashed my loot.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll pipe up. Would that be the Ring of Brightwater, Maggie?
Gwyn hears you when he clicks his fingers together and goes, "That's it! That's it! It was an otter on the front. I remember now, because I asked one of them. My mum asked one of them if it was a dog, and she said, no, it's an otter. The ears are smaller. That's it. That's it. Good memory, Elerith."
Huh. Well, from what I can remember. No, I'm giving him a wink.
Sort of gives you a bit of a funny look, and he says, "Yeah, right. Well, I've got some of this lovely chartreuse here, if any of you would like to share it, given the bad taste left in your mouth, darling." And he holds out the slim green bottle to Maggie. She takes a big swig, and it sort of shivers down her spine. She hands it back with a smile, and Gwyn offers it to the rest of you. He says, "It's pretty potent stuff, but it'll certainly put a smile on your face and hairs on your chest."
Don't mind if I do.
Alright, he hands it over to you, Elerith, and you take a swig, and it's like an entire forest blooms in your mouth at once. It is woody, it's herbaceous, it's got a burning, bright note of alcohol that sears its way down your throat, but it leaves this glimmering green feeling in your mouth as it does so. This is...
taste green.
Yeah. This is Maggie's homebrewed absinthe.
Oh, absinthe.
Mm-hmm. And as Gwyn offers the last of the bottle to the woman in green, she takes it with a sly grin and she says, "Oh, Maggie, I didn't know you were a fan of the Green Fairy." And she laughs and she nicks the rest of the bottle and hands the empty one back to Gwyn. He smiles and he shakes his head and he goes, "How did I know you'd be the one to finish that one off? Not to worry, there's at least 3 or 4 more bottles, so if you'd like, we can all get good and drunk. And pray that there's a tomorrow to wake up to. How does that sound?"
Well, I guess we are playing a waiting game here, so...
Bud was going to respectfully decline and he's going to walk towards where the kid is going.
Yeah, so you're changing the guard with Rory?
Yeah. I don't know. He's going to like see what he's doing.
Okay. Okay, as he sees you approach Podvar, he sort of notices as he stands up a little straight, clicks his heels together and salutes. And he goes, "All right there, sir."
Pretty good. See anything out there?
No movement, as far as I can see.
What branch are you from, son?
I am from the infantry division.
Infantry.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. How did you... What did you last remember? That's the thing. I'm so curious onto how you got caught up in this strange mess.
Well, he sort of idles a bit, rubs the back of one of his feet against the other. Well, to be honest, I probably shouldn't have been there to start with, really. I guess it was just the wrong place, the wrong time. I was just delivering something for my commanding officer. and he was speaking with Merlin at the time, and Merlin sort of beckoned me in, and he asked me about myself, and I told him, and then he sent me down to the barracks with the rest of the crew that you saw, and I'm just. We ate, and then I sat down to do my gear and check everything was there, and then I must have fallen asleep because I don't remember, and then I woke up in the back of a carriage with the rest of them. We were swapping drinks and singing songs as we were making our way in, and then that little cunt with the big green hat started getting uppity about something. I don't remember what it was. Make an insight check, Rennies.
Sure.
Fucking Perry.
16. Wow, okay. I'm loving this dice. Please give me more. Please.
16? Okay.
Please.
With a 16, you can see that this
Oh,
kid...
16 plus 4, so 20.
20,
Not
okay.
bad.
I was going to say, fucking with a 20, you can see that this kid is, like, trying really hard to remember, but he is swaying on his feet. He is so tired. And, like, he's looking a bit pale. He's looking a bit sort of worse for wear.
Kind of like, sit down for a second. Come into the log. Watch the log, like, right beside me, near where Fluffy is.
Yep. And he says, thank you, sir. And he takes a seat. What happened to is there any food about? I don't remember.
Food. I kind of reached in my back pocket and give him, like, some of my, like, one ration.
Yep, so you're
Just to
going
help
to
with his little...
Yep.
Yeah.
So you hand him over a piece of hardtack and some smoked pork, and he sort of shoves it into his mouth and eats really greedily, and he says, oh, thank you, sir. I didn't realise, it must have been a really, really long time since I've had anything to eat. I'm sorry.
It's alright. When you get back to your army, your infantry, I want you to go long and hard to search for a person named Irelia. Okay?
Oh, you mean...
You know her?
Yeah, she set my arm when I broke it.
Yeah. Familiar story. She's actually my mother.
Ah! You see his face just lights up. He goes, I thought I might have reckoned it. You're Captain Pod, aren't you?
Hey! Very well knowledge.
He holds out his hand for you to shake.
I shake it back with glee.
Sir, it's an honour to meet you. I've heard about what you've done on the field.
No problem.
I was hoping to make my way into the medic corps once I did my infantry training.
Bet you'll be far stronger than I ever will when you grow up.
He blushes and he goes,
You're ready for battle.
I don't think so, but but yeah, no, I know Master Araldia. She works over at the infirmary. Yeah, she set my arm when I broke it. It's been stronger than the other one now. It's my sword
Awesome.
arm. And he sort of like stretches his arm out and he goes, see? It's my sword arm.
What I want you to tell her when you get there is that Podva sent me, and Podva is very confused about nowadays life.
I think we're all a bit confused, sir, to be honest with you. Times are changing. Briganti
Times
is
are
changing.
Briganti is, yes.
How long has it been since you were last back? Just out of interest.
About a full year, actually. Something tragic happened. I don't want to give up.
I'm sorry to hear that, sir.
It's alright, mate. Alright. You go back, you take some rest, I'll keep the first watch.
Thank you, sir. I feel I'm about dead on my feet, I am.
Okay, take a large rest, lad.
Alright, I will. I'll go and catch up with the rest of your party and I'll see him there. And
Definitely.
You see him sort of like, he heaves himself up back onto his feet and sort of like totters over towards the rest of the party. Going back to you, Kinura and Aelarith.
Mm-hmm.
Kinura, make a perception check at advantage, please.
Perception at advantage coming up. Alright, so that's a 21
Ooh,
and then a 14, so that 21 will be looking pretty thick.
alright. With your 21, as you see this woman hand back this bottle of absinthe, you notice that she's got this very sardonic sort of smile on her face after she hears the green fairy line. And as you're sort of watching her, she turns around and looks at you and catches your eye and sort of nods and smiles even further. And she says, well, I don't know about you, but after the day we've had, I am going to go and get some shut-eye. Kinura, do you mind if I speak with you for a moment?
Of course, lead the way.
And she sort of goes over to where Gwen has set up some bedrolls and that sort of thing over near this giant knife for funsies. And she sort of she takes a seat and she turns around to look at you and she says, thank you for not giving me away to the rest of the townspeople. And she holds out her hand for you to shake and she says, my name's Guinevere.
I'll take her hand and look at her and... Well, it's lovely to meet you, Guinevere. I must ask, are you a local to Humboldt or are you from somewhere else?
I suppose you could say I'm local, but I'm from Hartsford, not Humboldt.
I'm not familiar with there. Would you fill me in?
Just to let you know, Kinura, that's the town that was raided by the men of Maddock that were mentioned earlier.
That's what it was called?
Yeah,
I swear
Hartsford.
it was something else. My brain is off.
It was Hartsford, right, Yanis?
You didn't actually mention the town name.
No, I swear
did.
you did.
I did.
You did. I don't remember it as Hartsford, though.
It was Hart something,
sure.
right?
I don't...
Okay, canonically, it's Hartsford. Now.
Okay.
It's Hartsford.
From now on, Hartsford.
Hartsford. Hartsford.
Hartsford.
Hellcat's in the chat with a Leo pointing me in. Hey, I know that name. Thank you, Hellcat. Keeping me honest. So just so you know, that's the name that was mentioned by Maggie telling the story. I'm not going to make you roll for it. You recognize it instantly. What do you say next?
With my perception check that I made before,
Yeah.
is that close enough in time to look at her age, how old she looks?
Yes, it is. She looks like to be maybe in her late 20s to early 30s, and she's got this very fine boned features. She's got very clear, very pale skin. Her hair is sort of this russet auburn red that's very close to Aileris, just maybe a shade yellower. And she's got these big, clear blue eyes. In her green cloak.
And it would be safe to say that Maggie and Gwyn are, say, 30s, mid 30s
They're sort of like
around.
late 30s, early 40s.
Yeah. So it would be a very, very safe bet that that was the time of their grandparents and Gwyneth? Was it?
Guinevere.
Yeah.
Guinevere?
Oh, do you mean Gwyn, the shop owner?
No, the lady that I'm talking to.
Oh, Guinevere, yeah.
Guinevere, okay, yeah.
Oh, Hellcat meant her name rather than the town's name, but yeah, it's Hartsford. Just to clarify again, we're doubling down on it.
Hartsford.
Hartsford, yeah. And the lady you're speaking to is Guinevere.
Guinevere. I'm not sure why, but that's ringing a bell somewhere.
She sort of grins, sort of a little bit like slyly, I think is probably the best way to put it. And she goes, I thought, oh, never mind.
Would you happen to have any relation to a lady called Erwin?
You see her face sort of like break into this huge, almost feral looking grin. And she goes, yes. Yes, I know Erwin. And her brother.
A brother? I wasn't aware that she had a brother.
Oh. I mean,
Yeah, no, I'm just trying not to metagame because I didn't have that conversation with Aaron when you did.
yeah. Thank you. You do not get slapped by the metagame hammer.
Yay!
It's a metagame.
Yep.
Whoo!
That was my internal thoughts coming out from my mouth.
I knew exactly. It's fine. Like, thank you for reminding me.
Hang on, I just have to remember what. Let me just check my notes real quick because I had Aaron's brother's
Let me
name written
just
down.
peruse through my
Let me just
files.
peruse.
Was Mogget not her brother?
Yeah, but his name's not like Mogget.
Not Mogget. Yeah.
Mogget very much is a
Mogget-
cool cat
Mogget is a
name.
great
It
cat
is.
name, but I cannot take credit for that one because that belongs to Sabriel, which is I believe Garth Nix series of novels. Fucking excellent, by the way. If you ever get a chance to read those, the L'Oreal, Sabriel, etc., etc., it's fucking dope. Okay. I just need to. God. Fucking damn it. Okay. I had his name written down, and that's completely gone. Okay. So, she sort of like bridles for a moment. She goes, I mean, her brother Gawain.
Well, I've never met her brother. The only companion that she keeps with her is Mogget, the house cat.
Ah,
Am I missing something?
she sort of like chuckles for a second and she goes, no. No, it's just, I didn't realize he was going by that name now. May I ask, is he a cat all the time or just some of the time?
Well, I've never seen
Y'all do gay! Pick up the phone!
Mogget as anything
Oh, there's
but a cat.
Lorez in the chat.
What's up?
Hi, Dan.
Can't get
Damn.
enough of us.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, Kinura, please carry on.
I don't recall Mogget being in any other form than a cat.
All right. Things must be worse than I thought then. Aelirith! Aelirith, my dear, would you come here?
Yeah, what's up?
I first of all need to introduce myself, as I've just done to your lovely fair friend here. My name's Guinevere. Kinura said that you know Erwin.
Yes, we do. We've been staying in her house when we've been in Brigantia.
Is she doing all right? Is she okay?
As well as she can be.
Good. And Kinura said that she keeps company with a house cat called Mogget.
Yeah, Mogget. I didn't tell you, Nura. Mogget is Erwin's brother.
So that's what you were talking about. I knew something was interesting with that bloody cat.
Guinevere laughs and she says, yes, well, given what I've asked him to do, it makes more sense for him to be able to change shape at will and that sort of thing. Although, Kinura said that he spends most of his time as a cat now.
That is correct.
Strange.
Haven't seen him in any other form.
Oh, what did you say his name was?
Gawain.
Gilwayn?
Gawain.
Gawain.
Sorry, it's Gaelic. It's not a language that falls easily upon the ears of a listener.
Yes, I must apologize. My
Oh, no,
dragon tongue
no,
doesn't
no,
exactly
no.
process that quite well.
Please, don't apologize. I know things are difficult for newcomers to the Isles.
I do actually have something interesting to show you. The threads in my cloak. I made a deal with Erwin actually in exchange for some of my scales. She gave me enough of her hair to stitch it. So
Is that what
this
that lovely...
fantastic shimmer.
Is that what that is? I thought I recognized it. And she's going to pull her hood down, and you see that her hair is the exact same color as Erwin's.
So her Guinevere's eyes are blue,
Yes.
right?
Yep.
But Erwin's were green.
Yep. And Mogget's are green.
Mogget's are green as well.
Mhm.
And Mogget is a ginger cat as well.
Mm-hmm.
Strokes goatee.
So, Guinevere, how do you know Erwin?
Oh, she's my niece.
Your niece.
Mogget.
Oh.
I'm sorry, I can't get over the name he chose for himself. Mogget. So like him. He's my nephew.
So, their parents?
No longer with us, I'm afraid. But they died when the twins were very young, so I took them under my wing where I could.
Was that, when the Inquisitors came?
Her lips tighten and a shade of sorrow passes across her face, and she nods briskly once.
I won't press any further for that.
Oh no, I'm sorry. It's a hard thing for me to talk about.
I do have another line of questions I'd like to ask you.
Well, please let us make ourselves comfortable and hopefully get some sleep before the Inquisitors rain down upon us. Please ask me anything.
Did you happen to know Roger?
A pained smile crosses across her face as you ask this, and she says, "Ah, yes, that bastard. Yes, I do know him. I left the twins in his care when I had to leave the Isles. It's good to see that they're both still alive, given that he was barely able to take care of a houseplant. I'm amazed that he managed to raise them up to at least somewhat near adulthood." Why do you ask?
Well, Aelorith knows more on the specifics, but Roger is currently from what we know, not on this plane of existence.
Huh.
We're currently trying to get him back. Erwin is dead worried about him, and we're dead worried about him.
He proved very, very helpful on many of our adventures. Information, supplies, equipment, all those kinds of things.
A roof over our heads, good company over dinner.
Does he still wear that silly little waistcoat?
Oh, yes, he does.
I tried to get him to wear something that would fit his shape better, but he refused. He made it himself.
Well, that does sound like he was awfully proud of it.
It hurts my heart to hear that he's no longer with us.
He's still with us, but not with us.
And
But-
we know that he can take care of himself, but we have very pressing matters on this plane of existence.
Yes, as do we all. Things are shifting. I know what you did with Miriam, and I'm grateful. But it does mean that things are going to change very quickly, and they might end poorly if we don't take action now. But that can wait till tomorrow. I suggest we all try to at least get a good sleep before seeing what the sunrise has for us.
I agree. Hopefully we can talk again soon.
Oh, we will. I'll be
In the
sleeping right here.
morning?
Yes, in the morning. And she sort of like she leans back up against this box here and wraps herself in her green cloak, and you see her eyes drift shut.
I'd like to imagine that I loaf like a cat.
I'd
Felt
like to
like a
imagine that
little
too.
ball.
That's canonic. That's canon now, by the way. That you just like tuck and fold.
Yes.
Yeah.
Dragon
Yeah.
loaf.
Dragon loaf. And I like tuck tail around, and wings are sort of not outstretched, but sort of covering my body.
You get a
And I'd
built-in
like to
blanket,
think that I
dude.
purr.
There you go.
Flesh blanket.
Flesh blanket.
Still warm.
Still warm. All right. So you guys get a long rest here as you fall asleep to the sounds of the townsfolk making a home as best they can in these once utilized caverns. You hear chatting, you hear the sounds of dinner being made, parents putting their children to bed. Just the sound of a town trying to bed down and forget what's waiting for them on the outside of the gates. And we're going to take a quick break.
Mhm.
I'm just checking in. Are you guys still keen to keep playing? Because we've been going for about 3 hours now.
I'm good.
I am feeling pretty good.
Same
Dope.
here. I had a nap this afternoon, so I'm good.
Dope. Hell yeah, we love naps. Okay, so,
Oh, yeah.
Renice, you still good to keep going?
Yeah, sounded good.
Yep. Dan, do you want to come back? Are you still in the chat, Daniel? All right.
Yourself in a
In the
pool.
meantime, though, we're going to take just a little quick, little micro break, and then we're going to keep going from there. It's a long rest. All right. I realised that I did not mute my players as I went on that break, but that's okay. We're back now. Okay, so this is in the night times, Aelorith, that you are going to commune with Mab as best you can. Tell me what happens. Tell me what you want to do. So you're going into asking the book with intention, rather than just letting the book tell you what it will. Okay, roll a wisdom save. Nope, because he's like 60 feet away from you right now. Just out of interest, Aelorith, are you doing this in your mind's eye, like on the edge of sleep, or are you like actually sitting up physically awake doing this with the book? Okay. That's kind of what I meant.
No, I'm fully awake because I wake earlier than everyone else.
Okay.
Have some kind of quiet time to myself.
Yeah, that's okay. Hellcat, can you now hear the players? Can I get one of you guys to talk, please, just to see if Hellcat can hear you guys? Because there's something janky going on with my stream stuff right now, so lovely. Okay.
Stop.
Alright, so the reason I asked this, Aelorith, is because if you are in this sort of meditative state, it might be a bit easier for you to connect with the book.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Which is like, you know, when you drop into that phase of, I'll get you to re-roll your shit after I explain to you like how this is going to work. If you are looking at the book with intention, I'm not sure if you're familiar with like the books of the like the Amber Spyglass and Southern Life and like His Dark Materials and that sort of thing, but the way that Lyra interacts with the alethiometer, where you go into this half sleeping state and there are parts of you that can communicate with it in a way that you might not necessarily be able to do if you were 100% conscious.
Okay, yeah.
What I'm going to say happens is you stay up far later than you should with Mab's book, sort of like, because the way you're sleeping is you're sort of leaning back against the wall and you've got your knees tucked up and your arms sort of like holding the book close to your chest, but you've got it open, pressed against your chest, having fallen asleep, like reading it. And as you enter this state of like meditation that you fall into, you find that you are able to see the book in your mind's eye. Like, you're holding it, and you can see it in your mind. And it's waiting there expectantly for you to ask it a question. And because you're half asleep, the question is formless. It has agency and intention, but it's not a specific directed question. It's more like opening a door for the answers that come in. And I'm going to get you to roll a wisdom save at advantage.
Roger that. First one's a nat 1, so let's not do that one. And the second one is a 15.
All right. With a 15, phrase your question to the book. Phrase the intention that you're going into this interaction with it for me.
How am I going to phrase this?
Because remember, it's more intention than question.
Yeah. Oh, dearest Mab, bestow upon me the knowledge that I must know about the men of Madoc. Is what I think in my head.
Okay. The book interprets this as, tell me about the men of Madoc. And as you fall a little bit deeper into your trance-like sleep, the book begins to tell you that the men of Madoc were born of the first men who came on the ships to the shores of Avalon. The ones who saw what the raw, unadulterated, unfiltered magic of the Feywild did to the people who had some latent power. Who were terrified by the things that they couldn't understand. So they sought to enforce their own iron rule over the soft green soil of the Isles. The men of Madoc were born in fear, but they were a powerful group because fear is a powerful motivator. As the numbers behind the men of Madoc began to grow in the very early years of the colonization of the Isles of Avalon, there was one who rose through the ranks faster than any of them. Who was more vicious, more brutal, more unfeeling. The loudest crier of rights for the human men and women who landed on the shores, saying that this was their land and they had a right to take what they wanted. They had a right to bend the land to their own will and would bar no holds in doing so. The book begins to tell you about Mordred. And I'm going to get you to make a charisma saving throw at disadvantage, please, Kenura.
Advantage. First one's a 24.
Wait, me or Aelorith?
Aelorith, sorry.
Okay. I was gonna say, me?
No, not you. Sorry, I just read your name on the screen and I'm like, I'm going to say that word. Sorry.
Second one's a 17.
Okay. With a 17, Kenura. God, I'm having a stroke. I'm having an actual stroke right now.
Call the Bondulance.
Call the Bondulance. I'm having a stroke. Smelling burnt toast for real, fam. Okay. So, Aelorith. The book doesn't necessarily tell you in a way that makes sense straight off the bat about Mordred. But what it does is it shows you Mordred. You see him as a young man, maybe 19 or 20 years old. He's very tall, very broad-shouldered. His skin's very pale and his hair is dark as the edge of a raven's wing. And his eyes are like cold blue chips that burn in his sockets. And the book shows you this young man becoming more and more angry and afraid of things going on around him that he does not understand. He was one of the first children born on Avalon. His body was attuned to the magic before he even knew what it was. And as he grew older and more jaded, he found himself becoming more powerful. He was able to command men, and they would jump off a bridge or a cliff if he told them to, without even thinking about it. And with that loud, commanding voice, he was able to instill a rod of self-righteousness into the people who heard him. The ones who believed it was their right to take the land back, even though it wasn't really theirs to begin with. And the book shows you this young man becoming more powerful, more revered, more feared as he grew older. But one thing the book also shows you is a moment of Mordred standing alone at the edge of a still, tranquil pool among the trees, taller than the eye can see. Dusk is falling. And he stands, shin deep in the pool of water, resting his weight on the sword he's just plunged through the chest of a very thin, very spiky looking young man with nut brown skin and hair as wild as the winds. And he watches with those cold blue chips as this body dissolves under his iron sword into the water of the pool. But there's no blue glow here. Just mud and blood. And as a bright pink butterfly alights on the back of one of his hands, he watches it rest and flap its wings for a moment. And his other hand moves almost too fast to see as he grabs it and crushes it, and the iridescent pink dust floats down on his fingers as he wipes his glove on his shirt. He calls out to the dark crowd of men behind him to move on. There's more of them to kill. There's more land to take back. That's all the book can show you for now.
Can I make a connection between the loud commanding voice that I was shown and the one that I heard back in Humboldt?
Make an insight check here for me, bud.
Natty 20.
I'm so glad that's a nat 20.
Yeah.
Because with the nat 20, the bolt of realization hits you that you recognize that voice. But it's not the voice you heard in the town. It's the voice you heard through the frightened eyes of a child. And then you wait for a moment as a thought comes to you. Bigger and wider. It's like an awful wave rushing towards you. As you realize you've heard this voice before you experienced the death of a frightened child. But it wasn't your ears that heard it. And you feel the book heat up against your chest as it shows you one last memory. You're looking up into his face, twisted into a snarl of hate and anger. You're on the business end of his sword. And you feel your shaking hand reach up to grasp the cold iron that's been sunk into your chest. You look down, and your hand is nut brown, covered in scars, long, elegant fingers. You're wearing dark blue robes with silver filigree. And as you look back up to this angry, sneering face, a pink butterfly lights upon your shoulder. Your eyes close. The book is showing you Mab's memory. With that, you wake up with a start. The book falls from your lap as you push up against the side of the cavern wall. Your heart's beating really fast. The same bitter taste in your mouth is there as when you experienced the death of the child as well. But this one feels a little bit different. It feels hot, like blood and sweat. And the smell of fetid dirt. Something comes to you, Aelorith, I'm going to need you to make a wisdom saving throw here.
That's a 7.
You're going to take 9 points of psychic damage. And you can't draw breath for a second. But that hitch in your chest, that burning, that sense of some deep wrongness, your arms are bound. You can't see, there's something in your mouth. You're up in the air, your feet can't touch the ground. You haven't felt the touch of the earth in so long. You're not quite awake yet, you don't quite know what you're feeling. Until you do. And that's when the damage hits you. Mab's not dead. But she is imprisoned. Somewhere where she can't touch the ground and the smell of grave dirt is in her nostrils. She's been bound and gagged and blinded. Unable to touch the earth to replenish herself. Kept in a state for somewhere between half alive and half dead because of the sliver of iron lodged in her chest from Mordred's sword. The blow wasn't enough to kill her, but it was enough to keep her still, keep her silent, keep her under control. And with that, we're going to move on to Kinura.
That's a lot.
I know it's a lot. You fucking rolled nat 20s there, bud. Kinura, you fall into a semi-fitful sleep. You there, Geordie?
Yeah.
Sweet. Kinura, you fall into a semi-fitful sleep, but you do manage to drift down into the depths eventually. And as you do so, you feel almost like you wake up with the feeling of a small head snuggled underneath your chin. It's warm. The sun's shining on you in your bedclothes. The wind is blowing the curtains gently across your face. As the little head snuggles in even closer, it breathes a hot little sigh of happiness against your shoulder. You feel a hand gently touch the side of your head. And you open your eyes, and for a second, they can't quite adjust. But you open them fully, and you're in a very clean, very sunlit room. It's very basic. It's got a lovely brown woolen rug on the floor. You're in a comfy bed with Dollop snuggled up underneath your chin. And one of Miriam's fays standing next to you, with her hand on your forehead, as the wind blows the curtains gently towards you. Mara looks down at you and she says, "We heard what happened in Humboldt. I can't reach you by any other means. This is a sending. We will keep him safe. We're going to head further underground. If the Inquisition is here, we can't come up for a long time. I hope to find more outposts to let them know what you did for us. Some of our power has begun to return. Thank you, Kinura. When you're ready, find us and take Dollop back to where he belongs, under your wings. Go well and go with the wind." And she leans down and kisses you on the forehead. And Kinura, you fall back into a restful sleep. Podvar, are you awake or are you resting?
Me? Oh no, I'm awake. Just slightly, but then I'll probably ask someone to like take over watch and then I'm going to sleep.
Mhm.
Not the kid.
No, Rory's passed out on the ground. Like, he doesn't even need a pillow
Yeah,
or anything
yeah.
like that. Like, he's asleep over here, like, up against the barrel like this. snoring as well. But one
Probably
of the
sleep right about here.
yeah, one of the miners sort of walks up and touches you on the shoulder, and he goes, "You're right, mate. Been standing there for a while. Do you need a rest? I'm happy to take watch."
Go for it.
All right,
Thanks, mate.
have a good sleep. And he wanders off to the front part of the mine. So, Pod, you walk into this sort of like warm, cozy area that's full of the sound of soft breathing and snores rattling from the foreman in the back of the room. But you see your party.
Yep, sounds a rough bed. Perfect
Yeah.
place. I go to sleep instantly.
What I'm about to ask you is, where do you sleep? Do you go onto the bedrolls and pillows that Kinera and Ayla have piled up around them?
Oh no, yeah, okay. I'll sleep like right around the corner.
Sweet. So you
10
managed
feet away.
to, yeah, so you managed to slide a bedroll out from Kinera's sleeping body. Like, because she's got one of her, like, her tail is sort of resting on, like, a pile of bedclothes, and you can sort of pull one out and rug yourself up and get all sleepy.
It's like, don't wake her up, don't wake her up.
Don't wake her up, don't wake her up. And as you pull the
Wake up
blankets,
the angry dragon.
yeah, as you pull the blankets around yourself and lean back against the sides of the quarry cabin, it's dry down here. Like, it's sandy. There's no spiderwebs that you can see. It's probably one of the more comfortable places you've had to sleep, given, you know, like your history and stuff. You managed to dig yourself down a cozy little spot in the sand. And as you start to fall asleep, Podvar, you start to think about your mum. And how she didn't really seem to be around for you much as a kid. She was always busy doing other stuff and helping everyone else and expecting you to manage shit by yourself because you're a big boy and you know what to do and we've taught you well. But after talking with Rory, you start to feel a little bit homesick, Pod. As you sort of sink down into sleep. And just right as you're about to drop off, you feel her kiss you on the forehead. You don't know if it's a memory or a dream, you're not quite sure yet. But you go to rest knowing that your mother is thinking of you and wants to keep you safe no matter what. And you have a deep, restful sleep. And with that, everyone gets a long rest. Hellcat says, I've been thinking, how the fuck are you planning on doing that story in that world ages before it was now? Like, you need certain things to happen, and do you want players to directly interface with that? Yes and no, Hellcat. Basically, the way I want to run things in the, like, proto Avalon world is there are going to be things that happen independently of the players, like there are in this world too. So if they just want to go and do, like, full murder hobo shit, whatever the fuck they want, they can. It just means that the events that happen in this campaign are, like, not as affected as they would be depending on the other one, but I don't know. We'll wait and see. We'll play it by ear, see how it goes. Because there's, like, probably certain story points that I want you guys to hit in the colony campaign, but I'd try to make sure that the ways of getting to that point would be varied and multifarious in many ways. Alright, so everybody bump your HP and your spell slots and everything back up to 100. You'll have a full rest.
Sorry, did I miss anything? I could
Nope.
smell burning and I was worried it was coming from my fridge somehow, but my fridge is fine and somebody must have a... I don't know, I think somebody is having a bonfire when they shouldn't be and they're burning plastic, because I swear I can smell... You know when you smell that electricity is starting to burn something?
Yeah. I know the exact
That's
smell you
the
mean.
plastic smell? Yeah. I swear I can smell it and I was like, is it my toaster? Is it my fridge? But I checked my fridge and my fridge is running fine. And then I walked outside and it hit me and I was like, oh, okay, never mind. I'm all good.
Yeah,
I'm not going to start a house fire.
Hellcat says, not gonna lie, you were worried you were going to have a large amount railroaded, but, like, leaves on the rails to hide them. No. Because, I mean, in this campaign, like, the players are doing shit and that's affecting the world around them, but the world around them is also doing shit that affects the players too. So, like, the world exists and operates independently of them.
Yeah, I'm excited
Wait
to
a
head back to Skellig and see the recovery effort.
Yeah. And that sort
Now
of
I
thing.
more than ever want to head back to the ring.
Mm-hmm.
See, I know a lot of friends getting along.
Okay, so we're waking from our long rest. Maggie and Gwen are making breakfast on this huge, like, big cast iron pan. Smell of cooking bacon rouses the rest of you. Why'd the music stop? Okay.
You know how in Brave when Merida's mum turns into a bear and she insists on having a table and like a knife and fork and everything and is eating the berries quite nicely. I swear, I feel like that's how Kistira goes. She's very brutish and very large, but she's sitting there with her knife and fork going, "Oh yes, I'm going to slice this. Nom nom." That's
Not
all
gonna
that
lie to you,
can
I already knew that about Kinura. Like, she knows that she's a lot bigger than everyone else and has like all these extra body parts, but sort of she's very prim and very polite when it comes to certain things as well, which I really appreciate about her.
do. Dragon parents really drill in the etiquette.
Yeah.
though.
All right, so you awaken, and the rest of the townsfolk begin to awaken as well. Gwen and Maggie feed pretty much everybody, although they're just doing the cooking. Everyone else seems to have brought supplies with them. There are plates of slabs of bacon, big sort of like sheets of bread and cheese, mugs of warm steaming tea being passed around. You guys managed to have a very wholesome breakfast, especially after your rough night, Aelorith. It looks like what you need. Rory is just in there, just stuffing his face. Maggie seems to have taken a bit of a shine to him and is just like feeding him, like just keep eating, man. Do you want some porridge? I've made some porridge, kind of situation. And Rory's just like shoveling it all in, like a starving man being presented with a feast. What's the plan here, team?
Well, we can't stay hiding in this cave forever.
No, how much time was that from the time that we came into the cave together to now?
I would say it's been roughly 12 hours or so. So if you guys got into the cave right as dusk was beginning to fall at around 8 o'clock, it is now roughly 8 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
Okay. Good. I think we might spend this morning in.
Just in case there's any patrols still wandering around.
Yeah. They do seem like the kind of people to get it done and bugger off. But
Yeah.
they could still be lingering. I'm just wondering how they got the information because like there wasn't a deal like what Hartsford had where it was like kind of half known. Like all of the girls at the Gilded Lily, nobody knew that they were Fae except for the people that needed to know.
And that was many, if any.
Yeah. It was usually other Fae people themselves who'd hidden themselves among the townspeople instead of becoming one of the girls at the Gilded Lily.
Even the men themselves have utilized the lily without realizing.
Yeah,
and
they
the
don't
bar.
care. And as much as these people were much more accepting of me, there was still that tiny little bit of, oh, I don't know you and I don't want to know you at first. But after a time,
Yeah.
I was like, oh yeah, you're just one of the boys kind of a thing. But it was definitely the initial part. It was the initial
Yeah.
reaction that mattered. So I think I think we
Yes.
might spend this morning in. Guinevere is obviously just a whole pool of answers for our questions, so
Yeah, we got to poke our
Utilize
brains
that.
some more.
as much as we can. And then I guess since we might scout in twos, maybe.
Hmm.
That might be a good idea.
Yeah.
All right, so tell me what happens.
We eat a
is-
hearty breakfast.
Yeah, stuff in face politely.
Bussing down respectfully.
Bussing down respectfully. We crank our hogs respectfully in this house. And by cranking hog,
Bike is-
by cranking hog, I mean eating a bacon sandwich. But like, it's still respectfully, right?
Have you seen how bikers eat their sketty?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
I
Yes,
gotta
love that
show
image.
you.
Okay, all right.
It reminded me so much of that. I'm showing you the girl. I'm
It's so
just
good.
se-
It's
just
brilliant.
just send it me, bud. Just send it me. Oh, good Lord Jesus. Yep. Yep, that'll do it. That'll about do it.
As soon as heard you say Krang and Hogger, I was like, oh, they're eating their sketty. How bikers eat their sketty.
Yes, it is very much how bikers eat this kitty. Very good. Very good. Very good. Very, very nice.
Very nice.
Okay, so as you guys are sort of like stuffing your faces with breakfast, Guinevere comes along, she takes a cup of tea, sliced bread and cheese, just sort of like stands there chewing pensively. Can I get one of you guys to make a perception check for me, Pips?
Can do. 16.
All right. With 16, you notice that she's tapping her foot on the ground in like the kind of way that like impatiently. A little bit. As she sort of looks over towards Rory and the rest of you and then just sort of like looks away and carries on chewing. She's anxious to be somewhere.
Anywhere but here, probably.
I mean, you can always make an insight check on it, but yep.
Yeah, I'll just walk up to her and ask, Guinevere, what's your plan from now? What are you going on to do?
Well, I was hoping to be where I'm needed the most.
Where would that be?
I thought maybe among these folk, but now that I think about it, it might be best if I made my way elsewhere.
Do I overhear this conversation?
Oh yeah, you would. Like it's like they're just having the conversation. They're not hiding it. So
Alright. Yeah.
Because I
good.
would too. Yep.
Well, we can't stop you if you're wishing to go, but we have a plethora of questions we'd like to ask you at a later date if possible. Would you be able to give us some time this morning before you plan on leaving?
oh yes. Well, I wasn't planning on going straight away. I was hoping to actually speak with you some more, all the rest of you. But you, Rory, your name was it? Yes, Mum. Rory's my name. She sort of chuckles for a second and she goes, Rory, you're a very brave boy. I'm not sure about you, but I feel like these townsfolk need protecting. If I were to leave, would you be able to take over that in my stead? And he goes, as best I can, Mom. As best I can. And she goes, good. Good. Now that means helping them hide. Doesn't mean always fighting, Rory. You must know that. And he goes, yes, Mom. Reconnaissance is the best way to secure a victory. She goes, yes. Yes, I suppose. What about the rest of you? Would you like to leave Rory with the townsfolk, or would you like to take him with you? Although, Rory, at the end of the day, it is your choice, young man.
Well, if Rory thinks that this fits him best, we're more than happy to bring word back to his father in Brigantia that he's well and safe and he's posted elsewhere again. If that was alright with you, Rory.
Rory sort of, like, hedges a bit and he goes, well, as much as I appreciate what you've done for me, and I do, I really do, I wouldn't have got out of them caves without you. I feel like my place might be among the rest of my folk. If it's all the same to you, Mom. At least I can help keep these villagers safe and make my way back to Brigantia when I can, but I'll do what I'm told.
Well, We can't force your hand in anything, so if you're happy here, then here you should stay.
Yes, Mom. I don't mean any offence by it, Mom. It's more just, I've not spent much time around your kinds of folks, and, to be honest, even though this is a bit of a tight squeeze for a cave, there's lots of light and there's lots of friendly faces around and good food and that sort of thing, and if it's all the same to you, I feel like I need a bit of that, given what I've been through the last little while. I'll send word to me dad. I'll tell him to keep an eye out for you. Hopefully, once this is all over. But if you could stop in and see him, I'd appreciate it. I would.
Consider it done.
Thank you, Mom. He reaches his hand out for you to shake.
And I take it with strength and firmness and I shake it back.
Pleasure to meet all of you, and again, thank you for what you did for me. I won't forget you. I'll, make sure this place stays shipshape. Isn't that right, Captain Pod?
Right.
Right.
Pod just smiles.
Leave him with me, Captain. I'll, do my best to take care of this forward outpost, and I'll send word to yourself and to your lovely mother as soon as I can.
Thank you, lad.
Not to worry, Captain.
I haven't met up with the branch. I'll tell them that you're right as well.
I'd appreciate that, sir. Commendation from Captain Podvar of the Cleric Corps would be. Sure look good on the record, it would, yep. Thank you. No,
Hopefully you make a name.
I'll do my best, sir. Maggie, would it be alright if I had another bit of porridge? Because that one just hit the spot. And she sort of laughs and goes, yes, of course, Rory, come here. And he sort of wanders over and grabs another bowl of porridge from Maggie and sort of sits down on the rock, chatting with Gwyn and Maggie as he does so. And Guinevere turns to look at the three of you and she says, well, I suppose we've left them in good hands then, haven't we? Even though we haven't left yet. Shall we take a wander outside to see if there's what carnage has been wrought by these men of Madoc?
I can't think of a better idea myself.
Alright, gather your things. Walk with me. And she sort of takes you out the front. She approaches the guardsman at the front and she asks, "Ho, Cobham. Any noise from the outside?" He goes, "No, Mom. Not a squeak. Although thought I heard a horse galloping by earlier, but that was a while back now, and they've not sent any riders in, so we might be in the clear, I think. Might have to give it down here for a couple more days, so just to be on the safe side. Thank you, Cobham. Look after yourself." "Right you are, Mom. I will do. Safe travel's a lot easier, given I guess you're not coming back. Wind's under you and all that." Guinevere starts to walk out of the mouth of the quarry.
Follow behind.
Okay. So. You guys managed to make your way out to the front of the quarry with a fairly... Like, you climb up... It's a fairly steep slope on the way down, but you managed to climb up without any major injury. And you approach the mouth, and the day is dawning beautiful and clear. Would you guys like to make perception checks here for me?
Mm-hmm.
Can do. 15.
And that's a 14 from me.
That's a 16 from me.
Alright, fantastic.
I love this
Yeah,
website.
I know.
yes.
This fucking... The D&D Beyond dice are just treating
Alright,
you
watch
really
it.
good.
I'll do it here. Watch. Oh, no, I'm not coming back. No, you're a gold digger. No.
Jealous
You're a gold
girlfriend.
digger.
Toxic relationship.
Nah.
I'm just gonna go for Persevere back.
Come and crawl
No,
back.
come back. I miss you. I miss teasing the hell out of you in combat. No,
As soon as you come back, it'll be ones and twos.
natural one.
Yeah, do a second one for good measure.
Oh no, we're in combat. Doesn't hit.
Yeah, that's true.
Reception save doesn't hit. Oh.
Ooh.
Nah, I ain't doing it. Nah, I don't care. I've left her.
Constitution saving throw.
Constitution. We're all just doing it now? Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, there we go. There
Yeah,
she is.
there we go.
And then, yeah. Oh, no, I'm not coming back. I don't care. No, no. I don't care anymore.
You've done your dash.
No. Don't care. Delete them all. I deserve to be there. I'll take the 16 though, not the net 20, because. Perception check, right, Liquor? Yeah, so 16 plus 4, 20.
It's still a 20. It's still a 20.
Still a 20.
Very good. Oh, Hellcat. Hellcat in the chat with a nat 1.
Yeah.
Oh,
Very
that's where
good.
the bad rolls went. Pod had
Yeah.
all of the bad rolls, and now that's where it's gone.
Yeah.
I left the website and it came to affect Hellcat.
I'm so sorry, Hellcat. I'm so sorry. The bad luck's transferable. Okay, so with those, you've all got like fairly high rolls here. Add the context. Which context? Context of a nat 1? You shit yourself. You trust a fart, you shit your pants.
He wants the context of bad rolls. That's what he wants the context of.
Okay, so the context. So Rudy's historically on Foundry never rolls higher than a 10. He rolls higher
He's
as
just
lamp.
Shut up. Fluffy, please.
Fluffy's in bed, dude. He's doing other stuff. Okay, so
He's still with me.
anyway, with those fairly high rolls, you do see that the dirt like at the part of the quarry over here looks to be very disturbed. You can see like hoof prints and that sort of thing around there, but it looks like there was only one horseman who got a bit turned around and decided to leave again quite quickly. Ailerith, can I get you to make an Arcana check for me, please?
Can do. 9.
Never mind. Okay.
That's
So,
really intelligent.
well, I mean, look, it's worth a shot. So, as you guys sort of like manage to walk your way up the long, winding path that leads you down to the quarry mouth, Guinevere sort of looks at you expectantly, Ailerith, and she says, well, now that we're walking and there seem to be no more prying ears, I suppose you've got more questions for me.
I'll let Nura ask hers first.
All right, fire away there.
I had a little bit of a theory, and I thought it would be interesting to see what your perspective was on it.
Please, I'm interested to hear
Now-
it.
Ever since finding out the batteries that were powering Brigantia's magical shield were trapped Fae souls, would it be a safe bet that the magical storms that they'd been experiencing were some way of, things trying to balance out? Was that a conscious thing, or those storms maybe just trying to return a balance? Because it seems recently that, after all of these Fae massacres and all of those horrible things, that something as drastic and powerful as a large storm as that is a strong trying to return that balance.
She heaves herself up over the edge of one of the rocks and sort of steps down for a second, and she sort of like stands there for a moment with her head up, thinking. I can't say for sure, one way or another.
Mm.
I only found out about the batteries. Such a rude word, batteries. I only found out about that myself very recently.
Ourselves as well. We were sent on this quest without knowing the nature of them. We thought possibly they were just naturally charged from the earth, but when we found out the exploitation.
I mean, to say that they are charged naturally from the earth isn't 100% untrue. Just not in the way that I feel many would see it. The only reason I know about it is Miriam told me before she went back down. I feel that it's maybe one of those things that humans have decided to use without fully understanding what it is. Which they seem to do quite a lot. What they don't understand, they fear. Or try to control.
Would you have any insight on what would have happened now that the energy has been returned back through Miriam's sacrifice? Would you have any insight on what has perhaps happened to those?
Well, she sort of stops and stands still on the dusty road for a moment. I don't know how many souls they have trapped in that wall. I don't know how many Miriam sacrificed would have freed. Because her being put to bed where she was would only have freed those from where she was. I think. I don't know. It's hard to tell. I don't know enough about any of it. I should never have left. I should have stayed and helped Erwin and Gawain through. I should have been there for them. I should have been there for all of them, but I wasn't. And now that's my cross to bear. In answer to your question, Kinura, I'd have to do some digging and find out. What I do know for sure is that there's either going to be massive outbursts of stored power, much the same way that, you know, on the days right before a storm where you can rub your hands on your shirt and make your hair stand up, and then when you touch someone else, they get a shock. There might be something like that, or their souls might have gone screaming into the earth, leaving the city of Brigantia completely defenseless, or... The thing is, Kinura, I don't know how much they've taken. That's the problem. We don't know how much has been used, how much has been used up. How old the stones were before when they went down, whether these bodies were ancient Fae who went down before men even landed on the shores of Avalon. They just dug them up. Though, to answer your question about the storms being conscious, I'd need to get into Brigantia myself to see the damage they wrought before I could tell you. Either way. I can't tell from here. I'm still not as enmeshed as I would like to be.
That is perfectly understandable. We're just trying to prepare for the well,
Consequences, correct?
yes. Us failing on our mission in such a well, fantastic way.
I mean, what were the exact commands of your mission? What were the parameters?
Well, the nature of most of our missions were quite vague. I mean, we were given a decently clear directive and direction. But most of the time it was just drop us in and we fend for ourselves. Now, this time it was to travel to the more mountainous areas and find the town of Humboldt and go into the mines there and seek out batteries, stored power, and bring them back to replenish the walls of Brigantia.
Did you send
than-
anything away when you came back to the town the first time after you first went down?
We sent back a small sample of quartz crystal, but it wasn't the same crystal as what the Fae were.
Are you sure?
We weren't. Well, I mean, yes and no. Well, they were much different colored, and they didn't. They were just different, I guess. But
Didn't behave in the same way, and they grew back.
they seemed to siphon rather than store.
Like conduits,
Ah,
rather than batteries.
I see. So they weren't grown from mushrooms then? They would have just been natural crystal deposits.
Well, there was
Correct.
mushrooms there as well, but they were quite deathly, I think. There was some... I'm not sure quite what they were, but they were lizards. Basilisks, I believe they are. They were down in the same cavern where we found the sample that we had sent back. And there was a large cauldron in the middle of the room. It contained some of these crystals, which they glowed themselves, but as soon as we removed the other crystals that were naturally growing out, they seemed to die out, whereas these ones were in the cauldron and they still had energy flowing through them. They lit up. We dug deeper and we found that there was some kind of stone or something connecting each of the clusters of crystal, and when we had destroyed one of them, there was a slow return through the network back to the broken cluster.
I see. I'm sorry if it's
One
an
of the-
imposition. Sorry, you go,
One of
Bob.
the pitches in goes, the big cluster of crystals only grew or maintained the area in in a very consecrated place, while the other random crystals around it only grew in desecrated places.
She hears you say that, Pod, and her face goes a little bit pale. And she turns to the three of you and says, if it's not too much of an imposition, and we can get there safely, can you show me?
I don't see why not. I mean, I think we're all trying to postpone the time that we go back to Brigantia and face the consequences. So, I guess, yeah.
Right. It does mean we have to go through Humboldt. Are you ready to fight if one such comes upon us?
Well,
think
we've
as
all
ready as
taken a
we
long
can be.
rest. Yeah, and Rory's back safe, so I don't see why not.
Alright. You are brave, brave children. Alright. If we do get into trouble, I will help out as best I can. But I suggest we go slowly. We keep our eyes out. Agreed?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Alright. Watch your step. As we're going to go back to the Humboldt blacksmith.
The whole gang's here.
Oh, the whole gang!
Yeah, damn. So I just said before we were walking, like I saw the kid up there, so like, boy, what are you doing? Get back in there.
Boy.
Get back
Boy.
in there. Alright, so get back in there,
Boy.
boy.
There are consequences to saying the N word.
It's too early for you, boy.
How do you know?
How do you know? How do you know?
Watch your boy.
Right, so as you guys come back down the road, you take it very slowly, but you don't see anything except for that one lone horseman's tracks coming up towards the quarry and then coming back down. However, as you guys see, oh, why is there a miner here? Hello?
A minor?
Hey guys, down here on the ground.
You're not over 18. Get out of here.
Let's
The
get quiet
Minecraft
over here.
YouTubers away.
Eesh.
I didn't quite hear what he said, so
Over 18 stream. Over 18 stream. It's fine.
what did you say, Yanis?
Nothing.
Keep the Minecraft YouTubers away.
This is why I tag my stream with 18 plus, because y'all motherfuckers don't need to hear this.
We have no chill.
Zero chill. Alright, so let me just get you into. So you guys managed to. Can you please get? Thank you. You
Yes,
make your way
ma'am.
very slowly, keeping your eyes peeled through the edges of the smithy. And as you guys approach, can I get one of you to make a perception check for me, Pibs?
I'm happy to open my eyes. Oh, I opened my eyes really good. I got a 20.
Yeah, you opened your eyes super good.
You're doing all out here.
I
You
see
can-
everything.
You can see time.
It's like, you know, in Looney Tunes when they're trying to stay awake and they've got like their eyes pegged
The eyes
open.
like yeah.
Yeah.
Like that. That's a homage to A Clockwork Orange. But anyway, so as you guys are moving forward, you're keeping your eyes peeled and your nose tilted to the air for smoke, and you see as you move forward that the smithy looks busted. Just for imagination's sake, this part of the wall here is blackened and sooty. There's been scorch marks all over this bit here. Part of the wall down over here next to the smithy mouth has fallen down. These parts of the wall here have been like just completely busted. And it's smoking gently in the breeze. But the bones of the structure look to be pretty stable still. Like this looks to be superficial damage.
That's nothing that a good panel beating can't get out of it.
Like 6 to 8 months of hard physical labor, but same thing.
Panel beating, what are you talking about?
And also with your nat 20, you see around this point here in the crossroads, you see that there are a lot of footprints and turned up earth and hoof prints, clearly from where the Inquisitors have gathered and tried to decide which direction they want to go in. But with your nat 20, you do see that they head off to this direction. They don't follow up here except for just one lone rider.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, it's good that the smithy is in half good shape, considering.
Repairable.
Yes. Structural damage is superficial and not
Complete
core
destruction.
damage. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you're more than welcome to go check the insides if you want at this point. Just before we move on too much further. If you want to go look on the inside of the smithy, you can.
I think we'll stay to the path.
Yeah.
All right.
We'll
Sounds
make
good.
sure that there's no one left here, and then after we take Guinevere down, we can come back up and help the townspeople back and settle in.
All right, with your nat 20, again, Kinura, you can see that all down here, the mud has been trampled up like nobody's business. It is looking very rough shot right now.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's been a lot of traffic go over this way. As you make your way back into Humboldt town itself. Finally, I've managed to fix your fucking token, Kinura.
Yay!
And now it's no longer suffering from the curse of other Kinura.
Ghost. The ghost of Nura past.
Ghosts of Nura's past. Oh my god, sorry, I'm just trying to fix Gwen's token. Alright, so you guys managed to approach the smoking blackened husk of the town. Can I get all of you to make perception checks for me, please?
Yeah, I gotta
I'm
eat.
Still on the other map.
Yeah, switch the map over.
Oh, thank you. Sorry.
I got a 7. Wait, 7 plus 4, 11.
Sorry, I have to fix the music. Nah.
What was the check, sorry?
Perception.
Perception.
Same shit now.
My eyes are still open. I got
Okay.
a 22.
I got an
Hell
11.
yeah, brother!
I also got 11. So.
yeah, brother.
Alright, Kinura. You, with your heightened senses, managed to get yourself a little bit further ahead of the rest of the party. And you sort of crouch down next to the wall. Hellcat's asking if you caught it correctly, Mordred is the bad guy on the side of Avalon, right? I don't know what you mean by on the side of Avalon. Do you mean the side of the, like, colonialists? Or the side of the people who actually lived there beforehand? Just clarify that for me in the chat, my dude, if you could.
He's a very naughty boy.
He's a very naughty boy. Anyway, Kinura, as you sort of like crouch down behind the rest of the wall and sort of like poke your little scaly head up and catch a whiff of the smoking town and peel your ears right back to try and listen for anything, you hear nothing but smouldering and burning beams cracking. Your nose catches the whiff of barbecued meat, singed hair, other things that are burning that shouldn't be burning. And you can see smudges of red and black and brown all over the ground in front of you where people have been dragged into the buildings and locked in. Just to confirm, Hellcat, I can't tell you that straight off the bat, my dude. Can't tell you that. That's not clear yet. Anyway, Kinura, as you sort of stand up and sort of walk towards the center of the town again, it is desolate. It's empty right now. There's nothing but the vestiges of violence that has passed through Humboldt, from what you can see. Guinevere walks up beside you, Kinura. Sorry, carry on.
Oh, yeah, I was just going to say, well, it looks pretty deserted.
Yeah. On the bright side, at least the men of Medoc have left.
Guinevere sniffs, hocks up a loogie, and spits on the ground. Huh. I can't believe they've come back. Whatever insidious nonsense Mordred put into their heads is passed down to these new zealous folk, obviously.
And they're going to come back soon.
I say let it burn. Sometimes the forest floor needs to be burned away for the new roots to grow. There's not much we can do for the people here now. Unless you'd like to give them some last rites. Put them to bed properly, as they say.
not sure that's my place, really. We didn't exactly give them enough time to get to know them well enough anyway.
Podvar, do you feel like you want to put them to bed, or shall we leave them to their sleep? You there, Pod?
Oh yeah, man. Sorry. Fuck.
Guinevere's asking Podvar if he would like to put the humans that are here to bed.
Podva kind of, yeah.
She sort of steps back and gestures for you to walk forward and says, "Say your rights, Podvar." At least they have
Yeah,
someone
the-
looking out for them.
Yeah. Here, the people of Hartwell need to be put to rest. Though the accident may happen, you will not be forgotten. Might it be?
Guinevere inclines her head and says, "So might it be." Well, shall we move forward to the rest of my dead people?
We shall.
If we're ready.
Ready as we'll ever be.
Would you mind showing me the way?
Sure.
Follow us.
And she does. Alright, just for expediency's sake, I'm not going to make you guys go through the mine entrance or anything like that. We're just going to go straight into the cave entry.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so Guinevere follows behind the rest of you as you walk down into the caves. And as you guys do so, you see her pull her arms together and sort of rub them like she's cold. It's been a long time since I've been down here. Sorry, forgive me, you're going to have to bear with me a little. Please lead the way. Podvar, make a perception check at advantage, please.
Sure thing. Get in my best dice roll. Not 20. Okay, yep. And 5 is the next one. So not 20, please.
We're going to take the net 20 plus 4, so 24.
Plus 4, 24.
Okay. Given that you're the only one who really keeps looking up to the ceiling to keep your eyes on those red tracery of mycelium that you saw on the roof, you notice that they are now... Like, they were glowing a really vicious red before, right? And after you put Miriam to bed, they started glowing what color? Did you see when you came through last time?
No, wait, what? I think you got it the other way around. I thought, because you looked up at when I first walked in, it was blue, and then when we put Miriam to rest, it was red.
No, it was red the first time because
It was red the first time.
Red the first time, gotcha.
Reddish orange.
So now as you look up, yes, you are correct, it is blue. It's that same sort of like teal, crystalline sort of aquamarine glowing blue that you've come to recognize as fey magic glowing through the roots in the caverns above you. as providing a little bit of extra light.
I'll point it out to the others. Guys, there's fey magic in those roots again.
Oh.
What was orange before?
Yeah, orange reddish, but is that all?
Guinevere looks up and she sort of grins, that sly grin that she does. And she says, well, looks like there's been some movement here at least. That's good. They should have been that colour from the start. Were they not that colour when you came down last time?
No, they were, but we did something in it. Turn them red.
No, wasn't it they were red when we walked in first?
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure when we first came through, they were reddish orange.
And then when we came back through with Miriam, she told us to mask up because that was a bad sign.
Yeah. And then once we put her to rest, we came back out and they had turned blue.
Because the very first time when we were setting a light to human goop to experiment.
That's right. I forgot you guys put human remains in the lantern.
Yeah. Hey, they were human, not face. So that was a good start.
To be fair, if you tried to put fey remains in those, it probably would have exploded. So
I literally put a lizard
okay,
into the fucking thing into the crystal and it go.
Mhm.
It went pop.
Yeah, when we were first here, Pod was the only one to look up the roof while we were experimenting, and he was like, "Oh, those are red." And we were like, "Oh, weird. Do they look like tails, or what's going on?" Because it had the slight glint or the slight glow.
of movement, like
Yes.
roiling movement. Yeah, the same movement is occurring that you can see up in the roof, Podvar, but it looks like. I don't like to reference the Avatar films, but it looks kind of like that glowing sort of pulsing movement that you see in the Avatar movies when people are connecting with the mother tree. That sort of like shushing backwards and forwards of colour.
Boom.
Yeah,
The
yeah,
pulsating.
Yeah.
Yeah.
exactly. Exactly like that. And it's that
It's
soft,
the-
familiar colour that you guys are coming to recognise as a good thing when you move forward.
I'd like to take out my Evane's breath, and I'd
Okay.
like to hold it at the end of my arm and hold it towards the roof and see if it reacts.
Okay, Kinura, please make an Arcana check for me.
Okay.
Yes.
I got a 5.
The thing is, a 5 is going to pass a DC because it's quite obvious what happens
Oh,
to this flower as you hold it up. You see your Evane's breath as you hold it up, that the petals sort of like start to pulse towards the light, much the same way a jellyfish does, going like
Ooh.
like that, like reaching up and reacting in time with the pulsing light that's going through these roots. Making you roll for it was really just a joke, because it would have been very obvious to anyone watching what was happening.
Participate.
One was confused about the flower, but he's like, yeah, okay.
Oh dear Pod. You have much to learn.
You see so
No,
much
just have much to tell.
He's seen so much violence, and yet like any sort of soft magic, he's like, oh,
I love it.
Avalon out here.
I mean, like, at least he's not like reacting to it negatively like Zane does, though, because Zane's like, what in the Christmas fuck is this?
Yeah.
I want to punch it. And Papa's just like, oh yeah, one more thing I do not understand.
I don't think everyone remarked what I said just then.
Oh, I did. I did.
Yeah.
I heard you.
That was a bit of a smack talk, but still, it's true.
I didn't hear what you
I
said.
know.
Can you please
So
fill me
she,
in?
so she said, "Oh, you have much to learn." I'm like, "Yeah, you have much to tell."
Bro, I
And
can't
yeah,
shut
that's
up
also
about this
fair.
stuff. You just gotta poke the bear.
There is time.
There is.
Please don't poke bear too hard. It hurts.
It hurts my bad tummy.
My
Any-
bear tummy. I can't drink milk.
Any footprint?
If I eat any cheese, it's going to be very sore on my little tummy.
Any footprint?
Make perception check.
Echo. Perception check. Nat 20. I'm sorry, what?
Net 20 again?
Yeah. I like that. I'm gonna keep the side.
Yeah,
actually.
dude, that's
Eyeballs
fine.
open AF.
My
I wanna-
eyeballs, I can smell sounds. But yeah, with the
That's 24.
with the net 20 Podvar, you can see that there look to be like footprints and all sorts of stuff. But as you look a little bit closer, you do see that there are hoof prints down here.
What print? Sorry, hoof. Okay.
Hoof prints.
Oh,
Yeah.
I warned the party. Yeah. Guys, have been horses down here.
Are you sure horses? I wouldn't expect a horse to enter a cave such as this.
Would you not think it might be cavalry riders?
That we saw before. Yeah. Be surprised.
Yeah, Pod with the net
They
20.
weren't here.
With the net 20, as you sort of move a little bit further forward past the mess of hoof prints and footprints, as they've clearly, like the way that I see it, as you're casting your like doing your perception, getting a net 20, you sort of like walk up ahead of the party here, and you see around this area over here, and there's crates and barrels and that sort of thing, a whole mess of footprints. Like it's like people have been standing around here, walking around, doing all sorts of shit. So it's kind of hard to see numbers and that sort of thing. Like whoever was down here was clearly down here for like a while before moving on. But as you move to this part of the tunnel here, as they sort of stretch out and form into a more orderly line, you see that there's maybe only 2 sets of footprints and 1 set of hoof prints.
I relay that. Probably like 1 horse and maybe 1 to 2 people. I reckon 2. As I'm like looking at the ground, checking all like the footprints and that.
I'll make sure to keep an eye out.
Yeah. Should we be concerned about this?
We would, but so my guess, we're going up against 2 footmen and 1 strong one, or 1 acting
Well,
officer.
They might
the
have found
prince-
that pot. That cauldron.
Possibly.
Someone,
Or
probably outside information. None of the miners were here. You know that. They don't go
Yeah.
down this far.
hmm,
Someone keeps feeding them information.
are there prints leading out or only prints leading in?
Leading liquor.
You might have to make a perception check for that one yourself, Kanura.
Alright. That is a 21.
Hell
Sorry.
yeah, brother. Alright, with the 21, Kanura, as you approach the mouth of the cave, you can see that there's a spot of very scuffed up sand and dust, like right outside the mouth. Like this horse has put up a fight about going in. Like you can see a little bit further back here that there are 2 very deep spots where the horse is clearly reared up and put all of its weight on its back 2 feet before coming down. The horse put up a fight about going in, but as far as you can tell, there are no hoof prints or anything going out.
How did a horse climb down a ladder?
Carefully.
yeah, very carefully.
Well, adding on to what Pod has said, I can't see any tracks going back out, so if we go down there, we might find them still there.
They must have neighed their way down.
I've had enough of these unbridled puns. Rein it in, man.
You noble steed.
That's a nay from the chat. All right, just
I'm
gonna
just
quickly.
bowling around. I've killed her.
We're having an absolute mare right now, guys. An absolute mare. Jenga jokes. All right, I'm gonna go for a pee. I'll be right back.
I wonder if the basilisk got to them yet.
Well, wasn't there a much larger one that was getting around?
Mhm.
The tail
Mhm.
drag
Court
marks was like,
outside. Yeah. Down a very specific hole.
Mm-hmm.
Probably.
Oh,
About to say, I'm like, no.
I'll behave myself for now. But I can't control what the dice roll. You guys promised. You let me go down next time we come.
Nah.
Please.
Stay in the car. We're turning it around.
I'll
We
ask
are
Gwyneth
not
here.
getting KFC. We're getting
I'll
Red
ask-
Rooster.
I'll ask Auntie. She'll say yes.
Red Rooster shit.
Red Rooster is
It's
run
not-
by the Australian mafia.
It's not bad though. I enjoy the gravy.
I like Red Rooster, but every single time I go in there, no one is there. There's maybe like 1 or 2 older people there, because like the old people know what's up.
I think I need to try it. Maybe it's just like because there's definitely 100% like a different taste in different like areas of like Red Rooster. I think I
It's
just got the one
better
word
over the years.
better. Okay, I gotta go back
Yeah,
to try it.
That's
I
what
just-
I've been hearing.
I don't understand how many of them, how they manage to stay open.
Also, Hellcat, I see your message, and I thought about it. I really did, but this might be better. Okay, so moving forward. Cave level 2.
The rest of don't hit me. I'll give an honest review. I swear.
Right, so let's see when.
Teleport.
Yeah, I'm getting there.
That's right. Quick, Jody, stop! No, the copyright strike.
No, don't.
You're singing it too well. Stop it, Jody.
Yeah. Also, speaking about copyrights, fuck Wizards of the Coast.
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck them.
Fuck them.
Fuck them.
But we're not playing D&D anymore. We're playing Dragons and Dungeons. It's different. It's completely
It's
different.
different.
Playing snakes and ladders, I promise. Look, there's a ladder right there.
It's
It's like
big.
that.
It's big snakes and even bigger ladders.
Yeah.
That is literally a 10-foot ladder, right? Like, 10
Let's
foot
see.
wide. Oh no, no, it's more. 15 foot. That's fucking huge.
It's like those guys who illegally.
That's how the
stream
horse
soccer
could
matches,
get
but
down,
hold-
obviously.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's like those guys who illegally stream soccer matches but hold a controller up and make it look like they're playing FIFA.
No, I mean, like, okay, so Hellcat, just to fill you in, Wizards of
Oh,
the
Zane.
Coast. Oh, he's not here. He's not here.
The ghost is
I
there.
didn't see he was there. Hellcat, just to fill you in, Wizards of the Coast are bringing out a new, like, gaming license for D&D content creators, which is basically going to make it impossible for, like, big-time creators to use their product without paying ridiculous amounts of money. So they're basically going to be charging like percentage of revenue rather than percentage of profit to third-party creators, such as like the Patreon folk that I use for my maps, DM Dave, Cobalt Press, all those sorts of folk who make third-party D&D content. They're going to make it basically pretty much impossible to do so without paying mad dollars to Hasbro, which is the company that owns Wizards of the Coast, because apparently D&D as a product is undermonetized. They earn so much money already from everything else, like everything else, and yet they're all
Hasbro is like
yeah,
one of the
and yet they're
biggest
all like,
companies.
we're not going to make any D&D movies or shows or video games at all, aside from like the one movie that's coming out this year. Can you imagine if they made like D&D TV shows about like the Lost Minds of Fandelver and like the
I'd watch
Rime of
it.
the Frost Queen and shit
That'd
like
be
that?
sick.
Like that'd be fucking sick. And it's already published D&D 5e, like official D&D 5e content. Imagine if they did that. They'd make so much money. Like so much money.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, thank you for critical role for existing.
Yeah. So like it's not going to affect me too much because I'm just a small-time tabletop creator and I just make games for fun with my friends. Yeah, it might be potentially to do with that Hellcat, and it's also to do with like all the other big-time content creators around tabletop gaming, like the Adventure Zone, Dimension 20, NADPOD, everything. So
I heard pod.
it's a very sad day for tabletop creators. Anyway, fuck Hasbro.
Kind of annoyed right now. Like a lamp just rolled higher than me. Fuck it.
Well, roll as lamp then, forehead. God damn it.
I know, but the moment I go back to lamp, it's like, oh, not 20. It's like, where have you been?
Where have you been all my life? Okay, so let's get back to game time stuff. Yeah, but how can you have to remember, like 80 mil for Hasbro is like petty money. Hasbro is like the company that owns basically every board game, every fucking like toy company, everything like that. It's all owned by Hasbro. It's the parent company, so it's the whole thing's fucking wild.
Monopolies. Oh wait, Monopoly is copyrighted. Dang it. Can't even play my Monopoly.
Although, just to take away from this for a second, Star Wars: The Old Republic uses a D20 system in their stat building stuff and character customization stuff in their video game, and that's owned by Disney. So it's going to be very interesting to see how Disney and Hasbro have to bash heads over D&D.
Hasbro don't have the rights to a D20 though, do they?
According to the Wizards of the Coast, yeah, they do.
Damn.
Yeah, or the D20 stat system and like rolling system and stuff like that.
We'll just make a D21, you know.
Yeah, giving it to two sides, call it D24.
Wait, actually though, wait.
It's nothing like
21.
what you guys say. No, we've got hit points, we've got smartness, we've got no, you're right, Hellcat. It's revenue's the issue with specifically D&D, not games, but lots and lots of games use at least a fraction of like D&D Wizard of the Coast related stuff in their like game development, that sort of thing, right? Even if they're not specifically named as D&D games. Like Neverwinter, for example, is basically Pathfinder, but it uses D&D rules. Whole thing's fucking wild. Anyway, fuck Hasbro. Wizards of the Coast should never have been bought by them. If they want to make money, they should do it via all the other avenues that are available to them, not just taking money off creators. So we got the rage out. I'm never going to make it big off doing fun little D&D streams with my friends anyway, so I'm not too worried about it, but I'm still going to be mad for at least 2 more days. So, as you guys approach these spaces and crystals and that sort of thing in this part of the mine, Guinevere runs over to the crystals next to the glowing lamp over here and turns around to ask you, Kinura, are these the crystals that you sent back to Merlin? These ones here specifically? It was, wasn't it?
I think so.
I see. Do you know for sure, or are you just trying to remember? I don't...
It was definitely one of a cluster of crystals from this cavern alone, and all of them were quite similar in composition.
Yes,
But not these exact crystals.
Well, I think the crystals are all the same, just the crystals that we returned weren't from this particular cluster. It was further deep.
Oh, right, I understand. Please take me a little bit further forwards, but as you said earlier, please be careful. All right, so because we're all in Pod's movement sphere, we'll get to go 40 feet. Okay, as we approach this part of the cavern, Podvar, because you're in the first in the marching order, can I please get you to make a perception check for me, please?
My beautiful website. 5. Oh no! Oh, that's 9 in total.
Cheated on me!
That's 9 in total.
Yeah, Pod, you're sort of looking around, but you can't really spot too much. So you indicate to the rest of the party that everything seems okay, and you move forward.
Mm-hmm.
I'd probably still say like just be careful though.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
How the hell did Limp get behind me?
We're all alert anyways. 'Cause
Yeah,
we
everyone would be
haven't done
alert.
that.
Can I get a marching order, please? Just quickly, as we move forward into the next part of the cave.
Me first.
Okay.
I'll go
Guinevere will be
second.
right behind you, I think.
Oh, I'll go
Aelith,
13.
Kinura.
Yep, I'll tell.
Lady.
All right, so we now move in this order. So don't move yourself, Podvar, I'll move you.
Oh, okay. No, Lamp.
Lamp! Oh God!
Lamp, come back to me, baby. Oh God,
Oh
you got
God!
lamp?
Ah!
You got lamped. You've been lamped.
I've been lamped. Jesus, my fucking pupils. Holy shit. Ow.
You
I
can't.
didn't look at what you just saw. Sorry.
It was a Google thing, like, yeah, I got light bombed. Alright, so I'm going to move you guys forward, so we're going into combat movements here.
Dems be fighting words.
No, it's more just because, like, you guys are now aware that at this point in the cave, you guys are going to get ambushed,
wow.
now's going to be the time.
Yeah, it's bright.
Yeah, did you just get beamed by my fucking Twitch stream, dude? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so, you move forward again. Podvar, can I get you to make a perception check for me, please? Yeah, I know. You got got a nat 20 on the early perception roll. I know. That's okay.
19.
19. Okay.
So that'd be 23 in total.
Now make a con save.
No, I only do con saves when things are getting really bad. Okay, so Podvar, you sort of approach this part of the cavern first, and you see it before anyone else does. That this glowing spot of this glowing pot, sorry, of crystals in the room that you recognise from all the times you've been here before, looks to be almost impossible to see in the lamplight of your lantern. They're not glowing. They don't look active, but that coldness and that sense of oppression in this room is still there. You also see hoofprints leading out of this part of the room in front of you.
I'll probably relay that. Guys, there is 0 light emanating from that cauldron.
The crystals haven't grown back then.
Yeah. Also, there's hoofprints leading this way. I point towards that direction, like where they are.
Yeah.
Please, everyone stay. Yeah. Please, everyone stay close.
We destroyed all the clusters before we left, didn't we?
Yes, and that heavily dims the crystals in this cauldron here.
Because once we discovered with that first cluster that we did up near the knot hole, looking at you,
The hole, that's not a hole, that I narratively need you to get inside. That hole? That not hole?
that knot hole, that exact knot hole. Yeah, once we discovered that dimmed the cauldrons, once we went around and smashed all of them before we left. Because we be bitches.
Pod, make a perception check for me, please.
Me?
Actually, no, you probably said this already. Guinevere has climbed up onto this rock plinth and is currently reaching into the cauldron.
Are you feeling good?
Gwen sort of turns back to look at you and she goes, "Yes, I'm just investigating." And
Just
she
checking. 'Cause
grabs a hold of one of the crystals and steps down, holding a chunk of it in her hand. She turns it over and holds it up in front of herself and licks it.
I was like, okay, what do you want?
She is still holding the crystal and she jumps down off the plinth and starts to approach the rest of your crew. Girls, is this the kind of crystal that you sent back to Merlin?
Yes. As far as we know.
Yes, it was a slither of a crystal like that, but yes.
From the cauldron?
Not from the cauldron, no.
No.
Alright, I was going to say, these ones have been denatured by the iron inside. However, they are much of the same ilk as our burial sites. But they're old. Very, very old. I don't know how old, but it's no surprise that they were able to be denatured by iron like that. They've been disconnected from the earth. You were saying that they were glowing when you came in?
Yes.
Faintly, yes.
Is there anything else down here? Aside from potentially horsemen?
Well, this is where we
Yes.
defeated the basilisks, and this is where the other mushrooms are too.
Would you mind-
As well as
Where the other clusters of crystals were.
Show me.
there is a very large hole as well.
Clover looks at Alarith, just stares.
On my toes.
Alright. She turns around to look at you, Aelorith, Kinura, and Pod. She says, Show me the mushrooms. Where are they?
Towards here. This is the closest they are.
Oh, marching order. Oh, fuck it.
Marching orders fuck now.
Yeah. I am the order.
Okay. As you guys around this corner, Guinevere sees these mushrooms and goes sprinting up to them and immediately drops down to her knees in front of them and starts digging in the dirt underneath.
Is that safe? Do you want help, or should we keep?
No.
our distance?
It's best if you stay back.
Take a step back.
What? Clover especially just stays back.
Just have to get down to. Okay, there it is. There it is. And you can see, like in the dim light of the lantern, that she has dug down maybe like a foot in the soft sandy earth beneath the crowns of these mushrooms, and she reaches down into the hole and pulls something out, and comes walking to you with the rest of with it held out in her hand. Aelorith and Kinura, make perception checks for me.
Gotcha.
Uh-huh.
Say 13.
That is a 6. I do not be seeing.
That's all right. She holds it out to you, Aelorith, and you can see, held in her hand, what looks like a handful of sand. Almost. But it's the same color as the crystals that she's holding in her other hand. This is what I mean. These are old. These are very old.
Grains of crystal?
No, it means they've been worn down by something that's here. You said there were basilisks down here?
Yes. We defeated them right where you were standing.
Things are starting to make a little bit more sense. Sorry, I forget you don't know. Basilisks eat stones. They eat powerful things that live in stone, which is why they like to turn powerful things into stone and then eat them. Right? What I'm holding in my hand is basilisk droppings. And she sort of tips out her hand and sprinkles the sparkly blue sand on the ground and wipes it off in her jerkin.
Mm-hmm.
It means that these are recycled crystals of our dead. They've grown from spores that have gone through a basilisk's gut. That's why
That's
they
what the mushroom-
act so strange and look so strange. They're a secondary connection, not a primary one. Come over here with me, all of you, just so I can show you something quickly. This way. And she directs all of you back to the hole that she dug. And she points down. She says, "Look." And as you guys look down, you see that the stem of the mushroom continues further into the earth, deeper than what she dug. But you can see in the hole that she had dug, she managed to claw into the side of the mushroom, and the sand that she pulled out in her hand has come from a little scooped out, hollowed out part of the mushroom stem. Like she's dug down with her hand, and instead of just grabbing sand and dirt, she's dug into the mushroom itself and pulled it out, and that's what that dust is. They're not whole, Aelorith. They're parts. These aren't all grown from one fae or from several dead bodies all at once. These have been digested and grown from that. This is what you sent back?
Yes.
The crystals, yes.
The crystals, yes.
I see. Were there any more active ones, that is, or did you destroy them all?
All that we could find.
Good.
We don't know if they've been replenished, but we thought possibly they could only be replenished from another source that was still active. So we thought if we destroyed all that we could see, then maybe that would, I guess, nullify them.
It's hard to nullify something like this, Ellerith and Kinura. It's so connected to the way that we are. It's digested, it's different, but it's still connected in the same way. Imagine it as a... When... This is going to sound so ridiculous, but you take a potato, right? The fresh growing, uncooked raw potato, and you put it in the ground and it grows, correct?
Mm-hmm.
How else do I explain this? What the basilisks have done have made the raw potato into mashed potato. So it's still technically the same thing. It provides nourishment and nutrients to those that consume it, just in a different sort of way. Does that make sense?
So these crystals still provide energy and contain Fey energy, but just in a different way?
In a more fractured and diffuse way. Yes. These aren't
part of a
whole crystals themselves. They are built of many, many thousands of shards.
So, yes, you're saying the crystal clusters that we found down in the outpost, they were whole and complete, and then these are regurgitated.
Yes,
in a way.
yes, exactly. Also,
They
welcome to the
combine.
raid. Welcome, everybody. Hi, Crit and Miss. Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. Good to see you all. Pleasure to have you.
Hi everyone.
Hi,
Hola,
everybody. Oh, my God.
Hey.
Hey, guys. How you going? Merry Christmas. Happy New Year. Hope you guys had a fantastic set of holidays, the rest of you. It's a pleasure to have you all here. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. I'm Lukowich. I'm your DM. We've got Kinura. We've got Aelerith, who are playing here tonight. Zane's away doing anniversary taxes with his wife. It's a pleasure to have you all here. Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for raiding. Really, really appreciate it, Crit and Miss. We were going to raid out to you last time we streamed, but I think we sort of crossed over a little bit there. Nice to see you all, guys. Please feel free to ask any questions about any parts of anything you don't understand. Please feel free to read the Google Doc that's in the vaults section of my Twitch stream about info bit. That's going to give you all the information you need to know so far if you want to read that down. That's okay, Crit and Miss. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah, brother. Yes, anyway, as Guinevere was saying, these crystals are basically, they've been broken down so much that they only hold like the memory of what they once were, because their nutrients have kind of been mixed and mashed and rearranged. That's why, yeah, exactly. You got it right in one, Kinura, when you were saying the crystals that you found earlier were whole, like shards of and beams of quartz, right? These ones look more like iridescent sand.
Yeah.
Digested, eroded slightly, but combined together with others.
That's why I'm saying it's the memory of what they once were. That's why they grow like this. It's also why they explode, because they're unstable. Just to clarify, this is Guinevere telling you guys this.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Shall we show you the cavern where we destroyed the other crystals?
Please do, yes. Although it's not a good sign if basilisks are down here. They're no good, those things.
I mean, we defeated a couple.
Yeah, but where there's one or two, there's always more. They breed like
Yeah.
rabbits.
Yeah, and you got. Oh, Do you on the marching order?
Lead the way, Podva. I'll be right behind you.
She says as Podvar gets further and further away.
Yeah. As you approach the hole, Guinevere sort of takes a step back. I see. And this is where I can quite clearly see these scars and marks on the walls that you left.
There was something else down here, now that I remember.
What was it, Kinura?
It was a mimic.
A mimic!
Indeed. We were quite surprised to find it. But I guess we were a little bit loot greedy, so when we approached it, we didn't exactly expect it.
Well, no, those things started as pranks and they got a little bit out of control and then they started breeding by themselves and... Just think of it as one thing the Fae left with the humans that they weren't quite expecting. I apologise. This one must have been down here by itself for quite a long time. Must have been pretty hungry.
It ate my bloody hand.
They do that. It's not their fault. It's what they were born to do.
Oliver's gonna use Divine Sense.
Okay. So you're looking for that hallowed versus unhallowed ground thing again?
Looking more of creatures.
Okay.
Like, Pava knows that this area was desecrated, very much mostly, so he's gonna search for something else, but yeah, he knows
You
that.
could also just do a big perception check for me if you wanted.
Yeah, true, but I can just use the other thing, because it goes through the floor as well.
Yeah, you can do both. You can do both.
So what do I see, like, within a whole giant 60 feet?
You sense the same thing that you did before, the massive space of unconsecrated ground underneath you. So the unholy graveyard, so to speak.
Yep.
Underneath you from this hole. You also sense a freshly dead body on this level with you over here.
Odd was gonna go be like, guys, there's something over here. I'm gonna go check it out. Don't go near the hole. Looks like an arrow.
Oh, Dad.
Wait, no, I would bring a lamp. Hold on. There we go.
Yep, you bring a lamp.
Yep.
All right. Make a perception check for me.
Oh, perception check. It is a 4. It's an 8 in total.
With an 8 in total, you do still see it because it's kind of fucking huge. There is a dead horse.
Guys, horse died.
What happened to its owners then?
I check around for any footprints and just the relief of battle.
Make another. Actually, make an insight check here
Survival?
for me. No,
Okay.
no. Hang on. Sorry, investigation. Investigation check for me, please.
That is a flat 13.
Flat 13. That'll still do, Pig, as you see upon these planks of wood that the dust of eons that has settled across some of them has been disturbed. And this plank here has been moved to open up a gap. You see footprints all around here. This plank here
No
has been moved to make...
footprints that have escaped through here? Or...
just give me a second. With your 13, you also see that as you approach the corpse of the dead horse, its throat has been cut. And it's been left to die alone up here. With your 13, you also see dusty footprints along the top part of some of these wooden planks. As whoever's moved, the other plank has been stepping on these ones to try and pull it out of the way.
Is there signs of struggle, or is there signs of claws? That's what I want to search for the most.
Sounds like claws.
Yeah.
You don't see any signs of claw marks, but you do see a S-shaped mark in the sand.
Okay. I was gonna go back and relay that. So there's a struggle up there. There's a dead horse, and I reckon something happened to the guys we tried to find. And it seems that they went down the hole. But what's interesting is it seems like the wooden planks have moved, so they either went down it or something made them go down. I don't exactly know.
Yeah, that is. I guess that horse refused to go down.
I don't know why they killed that horse though. You use it as an escape.
Soulless bastards.
They. Yeah. Well, see, most horses are very sensitive to these kinds of things. We've had horses before that refused to go on us, but we were able to, speak to them. So obviously that horse knew something that they didn't. Or felt about it a certain way that they didn't.
Guinevere pipes up and says, it might have been easier just to kill it than to try and force it down another hole.
Yeah.
That's true as well.
Especially if it was making too much noise.
Well, this is as far as we came into this cavern. And I believe it was from one of the clusters here that we took some samples.
I feel already, Kinura, that it might be pretty obvious, but it looks like some of these crystals might be growing from old deposits. However, they may have enough latent energy to have given Merlin what he needs.
There is something else that we should probably tell you as well.
Yes?
While we were... Well... when we first came back out of the mines, after we had laid Miriam to rest, we encountered that party as you saw.
Yes.
Well, their bodies are down here as well.
I
Did you
see.
notice that there was something off with the man's entourage?
Yes, there were puppets.
Indeed.
Is that what happened to Rory?
Yes.
That would explain why he was so hungry. That sort of magic takes a toll on the body.
I can imagine. But the thing was is that we were confused because, well, Perry answers to Merlin, and we feel as though something wasn't right there. Perry
Have you tried to contact Merlin since?
We
No,
tried. You tried when Perry was attacking us, but he didn't answer.
but not since then. During the battle when he had attacked us, I had sent him a sending, and there was the opportunity for him to reply, and there was nothing. So I guess what I'm saying, what my concerns were, is that Perry went on his own, in a way.
Was this before or after you laid Miriam to rest?
This was after.
No,
Soon after,
before.
I think.
It was before, sorry. No? Fuck, wait.
We laid Miriam to rest, and we came back out, and we were told to burn the lily, and that's where we encountered him.
So we can't Perry.
Because-
And then Zane and myself followed them down, and
Yeah.
While we burned the lily. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it was afterwards. After we had laid Miriam to rest, he came. And we didn't lead him down. We followed him down, and he went down to the outpost.
he
and
knew
was
exactly where it
investigating.
was.
I feel like he may have been powerful enough to do this on his own. However,
I don't think he was. He kept reading a note. He knew exactly where to go just from notes.
Yes, but he's also second, or was second to Merlin.
True, but I don't think you know
Kendra,
a
my
certain
dear,
place
do you
just by
mind if
reading.
I ask what components you used to send the sending? Did you use some of the crystal? Did you use a copper wire? What did you use? Do you know, or did you just cast it without thinking?
I just completely cast it without thinking.
All right. That may explain why Merlin didn't hear you. There was a lot of latent power rolling around. But because of that, it was misdirected. Your sending may not have been powerful enough to reach Merlin. Brigantia is quite a long way away.
Yes, I had some concerns. Would you like to try sending him again now? I mean, sure. I don't see why not.
Use this. I'm just going to hand you a small fern-shaped piece of copper wire. Directed through this. Might be a bit safer to do so.
Indeed. Thank you. Are we in or out of combat? Like,
Oh, you're out of combat.
not out of combat, but are we in like combat-like circumstances? Will this use a spell slot? Because we did have a marching order. Because the rules were, if we're under stress, it will use a spell slot.
So you're not in combat right now.
Yeah.
The only reason I said to use combat rules was for movement because you were being cautious.
So I can use this without using a spell slot?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Excellent. I just won't do anything then, that's fine. 25 words. 25 words.
Sorry, chat. My Logitech is completely shitting the bed right now. I don't know what's going on.
What do we write? Well, we assume that the last sending didn't get through.
Yeah. Battery retrieval unsuccessful. Parry attack party with puppets. No, with puppet men. Defeated tried communicating retry so it's 13 so far. Retry now. Further clarification appreciated. Will be in Brigantia soon.
You want to mention the Men of Madoc?
That's a good idea.
How many words have you got left?
3, but I think I'll get rid of further for that clarification because he'll probably give it to us.
Well, hey, he's been vague to us so
oh.
far.
Yeah,
Big.
Men of Madoc raised Humboldt. Okay, let me just recount.
You could just say Inquisition instead of Men of Madoc. Men of
Yeah.
Madoc. Inquisition's one
I've-
word.
Humboldt, and then you can keep the
yeah.
specification.
Yeah, if I do that, then I can have clarification appreciated.
Yeah.
Inquisition. Or direction appreciated? Or direction required, yeah.
Required, yes. We require it, not
Yeah,
appreciated.
we require you to tell us what the fuck to do.
You told us to go down and find magical batteries. We have no idea other than that.
I have 24. Battery retrieval unsuccessful. Perry attacked party with puppet men. Defeated. Tried communicating. Retry now. Will be in Brigantia soon. Inquisition raised. Humboldt. Direction required.
Okay.
That
That's
is
your
my
sending?
sending. 24 words.
Okay.
Nice.
Kanyara, I'm going to type out to you what you receive back.
Indeed. Yes, I just looked at what you sent me back.
What's that?
Every day.
Message received, Kanyara?
Message received.
All right. It's up to you how you want to relay that.
Well, it was quite foggy. I'm guessing that interference you were talking about is still happening to some degree. However, he did receive the message and he sent one back.
What did he say?
I think from what I can work out, Perry stole the maps trying to prove himself. Inquisition by round table? We'll send bad crew to support Humboldt refugees. There's
Sorry,
something unusual or something.
I should have clarified. The bad crew is BAD, the Brigantine Arcane Division.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. The
So he
BAD
said-
crew.
Inquisition by round table, did he say?
Well, there's a little bit of a breaking up. I don't know if there was words in between Inquisition and that part of the sentence, but Well, from what I can see, that means that at least I don't think we'll be as punished as we thought we were for, well, killing Perry. It looks
Fucking
like
deserved
maybe
it.
he went against the order of authority there.
Did you say we killed him with the message? I don't know how the message thing works. I'll be honest.
Defeated.
The message was battery retrieval unsuccessful. Perry attacked party with puppet men defeated. So, as
Okay.
in, like, we defeated Perry. So, yes, he knows that we defeated Perry.
Okay. So what do you think? Someone else is pulling the strings? Or...
As
I
usual,
think-
Merlin knows more than we think he knows.
Yeah, he doesn't let on very
He knows-
much.
He knows about the Inquisitions.
Yeah.
I don't know what Merlin has done to you guys, but it sounds like you dislike him in a certain way.
It's kind of... it's difficult because he... That last time, our last mission going to Skellig, we didn't know that there was a dormant dragon there. I mean, they didn't really know that we would wake it
Oh.
up either. But, well, if you've heard me talking about Skellig before as mine, it's because we defeated Olafeist and, you know, me being Dragonborn, I took that land for myself. The only thing was, is I wasn't expecting to take any land, and we weren't expecting to defend an entire port town. And yes, we walked into that not knowing what exactly was going on, so we are quick to be cautious that he doesn't tell us all that he should.
Our friend died because of him. If we had known. And again here, he sent us into these mines without a single ounce of information as to what the hell we're looking for apart from these batteries that he's been harping on about. Just to
If
find
we-
that they're the dead Fae. He's been harvesting dead Fae this whole time. The more I work with him, the more I dislike him and his ways.
We are quick to be cautious, but ultimately we have signed a contract with him.
So alas, we must still complete this final mission of his, and then we are free from this initial contract.
Guinevere hears all of this and she sort of sits back on her heels and shakes her head and she says, "Are you sure you didn't sign a Gaius with him? It was just a contract?" It was just a contract, wasn't it? There was no blood or anything else involved.
It was a Gaius.
Right now she's crouching and she puts her hands up to her face and she goes, "Ooh, I can't believe how easy it is to get you people to fall for these things. They don't tell you anything when you come to these lands." Alright, well I suppose I have no choice but to help you finish this Gaius. Hopefully get you free of him from then. It sounds like he's just sending you into death traps constantly without telling you anything. It is good that your message reached him, Kinura, although, as I said, that interference might still be there. We don't know what he heard on the other end.
It was good that we at least had some communication. At least we know that he knows that we're coming back at some point. Or hopefully that message was received anyway.
Well, now I know why he sent you down here. If Merlin thinks that these crystals are the ones powering his batteries in Brigantia, then no wonder they run out so fast. If he's been using these, not the other ones further down.
Well, do you think there'd be any issue with us taking these ones? I mean, as soon as we heard what the nature of the other ones were, we downright refused, but if these are incomplete or regurgitated...
They're quite literally basilisk shit. Is what these are.
So
They're-
are we bringing him back fool's gold?
I wouldn't say fool's gold. They'll do their job for a short time, but you put them under too much pressure and they'll explode.
But we would still technically be completing that end of the bargain. Well, he didn't even know that you were here with us. He didn't know we had the connections that
And
we
I would
did
like you to
on the
keep
ship.
it that way, if that's at all possible. I prefer he didn't
Oh.
know I was
Oh,
back
of
on the
course.
Isles.
Of course, absolutely. We haven't informed him of much else at all, in fact.
Good, keep it
He
that
barely
way.
even knows.
The less he knows about this stuff, the better, although he's probably already figured out what's happened. I hope he doesn't have someone of my court writing his gaises for him, because if he has, then you're in for a whole world of trouble if you bring these back, but we'll just have to cross our fingers and hope.
Again, he was very specific in what he told us and what he wrote.
Mm.
Well, it wasn't very specific.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. That's why they catch you. It's the loopholes. It's alright. We'll try it anyway. Although be very gentle with them. They are incredibly volatile, as you probably already know.
Yes, we did get a little bit of enjoyment out of smashing them.
I can imagine. But don't you want to go down there and take care of those bastard inquisitors, or do you want to stay up here and take these crystals and leave? You do know what's down there, don't you? That's the gate to the outpost. Down there.
To the outpost.
Yes.
What?
Come, look.
Scurrying right to the
I
edge.
am on my phone right now. Sorry.
That's all good, no stress. And Gwen walks over across a couple of the boards, and she gestures to you, Ellerith, and she says, "Come on, look down." Ellerith, make a wisdom save.
It's a 13.
Okay. You feel the void yawn out underneath you as you are looking dead square down on the outpost underneath you. Very, very dimly lit by the mushrooms and crystals below. But you can see the building that you were just in 2 days ago glowing dimly in the light underneath. Like that big central building in the middle.
Yeah.
You can see the outline of that through the gloom.
Oh, okay.
And as you feel that yawning underneath you, Guinevere grabs you by the back of your cloak and pulls you back. Don't look too far down. There's a pull on this thing. It's a lot further down than it looks. Podva, this will be why you're picking up unconsecrated ground. It's a graveyard down there. An unholy one. Come on, Ellerith, get off these steps.
Sheepishly.
I feel like you children have been thrown into something much deeper than you are ready for. I'm sorry.
We're just trying to do our best to make sense of it all, really.
Well, there's many things to be made sense of, and half of it doesn't make any sense to start with, so... Alright, start to pack up those crystals. I suppose we can ship them back. If those Actually, Podva, help me.
Yep, sure.
So what we're going to do here, Pod, is we're going to rearrange these wooden planks to cover these holes. Seal it off, essentially, from the way they came down.
Oh, yeah, sure.
So Guinevere unhooks the grappling hook that's lodged to this one, throws it down, and moves the wood over. She directs you to lift up the other end of this heavy piece of wood over here and close the gap.
Yep, I lifted up.
So this spot here now is no longer open, it is sealed with planks. The hooks and ropes and that sort of thing to get back up are totally gone. They are trapped down there. As far as we know. And with that, guys, we've been playing for about 5 hours, so I think we're going to call the session there.
Mm-hmm.
Hell yeah.
That feels good. I'm starting to
Mhm.
get a little bit detached.
Yeah, I had a feeling. That's okay. That's all good. We did a great job of going through them. Let me just find someone to raid out to. Be right back.
Unfortunately, I do have to go right now because the internet just cut out and I'm using my data. So,
That's all good.
Thanks for playing.
Thank you for playing.
catch us all later. Bye.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye.
That was a lot that session.
That was a lot of brain power that session.
Yeah. But really good though.
Yes. We have some direction. We have some information. We know partly that Merlin knows something.
I already kind of suspected that Merlin knew something, but this just confirmed it.
Well, like I had a real bad feeling that Perry like half defected and was off because he was just so up himself all the time, and he's like, "Yeah, I can go do this."
Yeah.
You know, bugger the authority like chain. Who cares? So
And
like
then stole that, and then
it's good to have at least the thought in some way confirmed, because then that means that we were on the right track, and that we may not be in Merlin's sour like eye just yet. He may not be giving us the hairy eyeball
just yet.
Yeah, just yet.
Yeah. It was great. It was really good to find out that Perry came on his own accord
Yeah, and then we
died
could
terribly.
kill him.
And hopefully excruciatingly.
Oh yeah, was it excruciating? Was the death like so unbelievably like horrible and disgusting for him that he suffered the whole time?
I just not whispered him to death, so yes.
So he was sad also. What a little bitch.
Yeah.
I'm so
He got
glad-
pissed on.
Yeah.
All right.
We strip
Oh.
searched him.
Sorry, yes, where?
Gotta give him that
approach the pillar
airport
and be
treatment
like,
before
Yeah,
he
straight up,
dies.
straight up.
Ah,
Just,
right,
oh,
sorry.
bro, that was rough.
Of
Before we sent him on his flight to the afterlife.
Yeah, so anything that Goldie
One-way
and
ticket,
the
baby.
Breaker can piece together with Arn's help and Harad's is that everything is something about some kind of strength or some kind.
Gives you disadvantage on perceptions as well.
Do you guys
Oh,
need
no.
some light?
Wait, don't just point a beacon on us yet.
He's been peddling his light.
Veer, I think, can you take 5 feet ahead and see?
Can I?
One box, one tile.
DM, what is this? Like this part?
That's a
Oh, we're about
passage
to raid out,
going
kids.
to the western side. But
Hell
you can
yeah.
just see, like,
Hell
the
yeah.
ocean filled with
Goblin
pebbles,
raid, goblin raid, goblin raid, goblin
small
raid.
rocks, yeah. So it looks
Like that.
not stable as well.
I mean, I'm like.
Exactly.
How was that
not
goblin?
stealth
That's
Goblin
very
was pretty
good.
enough.
She do be
Me
goblin.
and the
I
rest
do.
is not quite- me and the rest is not silent enough at this point.
Oh, thank you
If
so
you
much
know
for the
what
raid.
I mean.
Goblin that boosie.
But your
Oh,
armor is
baby.
loud.
is clanking.
This is
18
VR chat,
plus.
Yeah,
boys.
disadvantage.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
okay,
Liquor doesn't know
Veer,
about
I
that.
think you
No, I don't.
take,
Nani?
one
You
tile
wanna
and
raid
five
out
feet.
first?
Guys, welcome.
I've already
welcome.
rated out.
We're